I will highly recommend you to book it as soon as possible, as the room reservation on our website, igf2025.no, are subject to availability, and current rates are valid till 25th of March. Multiple hotels group in Oslo and the local region with solid sustainability policies. Actually, 95% of Oslo hotels are eco-label and certified. We hope that you will use the discounted rates through our website, and it has a wide range of accommodation on it, from budget-friendly to high-end hotels. June is a very busy season for Norway, so please book your accommodation as soon as possible. Oslo Airport, it has direct routes to more than 140 domestic and international destinations and more than 80 charter destinations, and is among the most modern in Europe, with world-leading on contactless and self-service options such as check-in, backdrop, and boarding. It is located at Gardermoen, 47 kilometers north of Oslo city center, so almost half an hour with the local train, and it connects you to the region by airport express train, intercity and local trains and bus, as well as taxi, shuttle bus, and limousine services are available. As you've already heard, 12 minutes by train from the venue and 20 minutes to Oslo city center. So a bit about Norway. The population of Norway is 5.52 million people. Our currency is Norwegian kroners, but you will experience very quickly that we barely use cash. So please make sure that your credit card is accepted in other regions, as is the main mode of payment and transaction in Norway. The weather in June is around 21 degrees, and usually it doesn't really rain, sunny all the day. And on day 0, the first day of the conference, is actually the summer solstice day. So it's the longest day of the year. So be prepared to for sun, bring your sunscreen, and enjoy the weather. I will also highly recommend you to visit the website Visit Norway and Visit Oslo for information about how you can plan your visit both to Norway and to Oslo. And I know Visit Oslo has a wonderful calendar in which it can show you what's happening in the city in the week you're at. What is happening in the city is, of course, Oslo Pride, our biggest and major celebration of diversity, love, and queerness, LGBTQ community. And we hope that you will also take the chance to go around the city and enjoy the wonderful summertime. I want to use this opportunity to present the fact that my ministry, the Ministry of Digitalization, Public Governance and Norway, published our first strategy on digitalization called the Digital Norway of the Future, last autumn. And the first sentence in our strategy is, by 2023, Norway will be the most digitalized country in the world and will have succeeded in the digital transformation of our society, which fits really well into why we want to host the Internet Governance Forum in 2025. And we're looking forward to productive dialogue with the IGF community and the international delegates on these issues. So moving on to a bit about logo and graphic elements. As you have seen from our website and also a bit from this presentation, the Northern Light is really some of the most famous landmarks for Norway. So we derive our inspiration from the Northern Light with different color, but the same graphic design. You can see on the far right that we have very cold, icy winter colors in blue. And then in the middle, you can see that we're trying to complement it with the warmer summer colors of Oslo. For the logo, we are very proud of the graphic of our logo. I have heard people saying like, oh, your logo looks so Norwegian. And I do agree. And the reason why it's very Norwegian is the blue color in the logo is actually the same blue color as the Norwegian flag. So we want to add the Norwegian element in it. And if you get the sense of like skiing, snow, that's we got that right. Thank you for that. We do recognize that 2025 annual meeting is a very special year. So we have made a short vignette that will show you the celebration of the 20th anniversary, which you will see more of during the conference. Okay. Moving on to the venue. So the venue you will be at is not as Oslo, but between Oslo and Oslo Airport. It is the Norway's largest exhibition center with 40,000 square meters, 5 grand halls to facilitate conferences and exhibition, and is flexible to modification for different needs. So you will see that there are big halls in which we're building up the setting for the conference. It is on one level, so easy, accessible for everyone, and is also easy to navigate. Short train ride from the city center and airport, and it caters to all dietary needs, as well as having a solid sustainability program. We are talking with the venue on how to ensure that everyone attending the conference have good Wi-Fi connections and are able to connect to the internet. And we also are talking with the venue on how we're laying out the conference so that we make sure that it's logistic that makes sense. I also want to share with you the picture about how close it is to the train station. As you see, the venue is the big building to the right, and the arrow shows you the train station. It takes you 5 minutes to walk from this train station to the venue. And here is just a map showing you the floor plan of the venue. So there are 4 grand halls in which we're building up the workshop rooms and the setting for IGF 2025. I can share with you now that there will be in total 8 workshop rooms. So 1 plenary room, 1 conference room, and then 6 workshop rooms. And I hope to present with you more about how the program might look like. So this is just an overview. You usually walk in, we are trying to figure out where you're going to enter from the building. But as you can see, through the entrance in west and entrance in east, there are lots of options for mingling spaces, eating spaces, and just hanging out and networking. So going ahead. We hope that by on 12th of February, we will open the call for session proposals. Moving on to the launch of the IGF 2025 registration on 20th February. And then from March and April, I know that the MAC and the working groups are working hard to assess the sessions proposals. Bilateral meeting system will open in May. And then a draft IGF schedule and village plan will be presented to you in April, as well as having the second open consultation. And then we can't wait. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I can see that I'm very fan of February. I have miswritten February into the annual meeting. It's supposed to be 23rd to 27th of June. I apologize for that. It has something to do with my birthday is in February, so I think I favor that month extra. Well, thank you so much for listening to me, and I can't wait to meet you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tuan. Ole, do you want to add anything, or we can open the floor?
I think you can open the floor now. I think this has covered most of it.
Okay, great. So the floor is open for any questions. Donella?
Hello, my name is Gunnar Asbrink, and I just wanted to compliment you on the presentation. And I recognize that the Norwegian government has done a lot of work on universal design, incorporating persons with disability. And I'm presuming that the online and the on-site services will be really well catered for persons with disability. So I'd appreciate your comments, please. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that issue. Absolutely. We do have within Norwegian regulation, regulation for venue to ensure that it is accessible for everyone. And on our website, when we launch it properly on the 20th of February, you will also see that there's a special page for accessibility and for people with disability, not just information about accessing the venue, but also for the Oslo region in general. When you arrive to Norway, you will see that there are lifts, there are trams, there are people available to help you if you have accessibility. And also I have in my notes to make sure that we also take another round through the venue before it opens to ensure that people with disability have access to all of the location. Thank you.
Okay, Juan.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Maybe I didn't hear it, but what about the weather in that time of year?
The weather is beautiful. It's sunny all the day. You might actually want to be prepared for the fact that around 9 or 10 in the evening when you want to go to sleep, it's still very sunny. So draw the curtains. It's sunny almost from before 6 to way after almost 11 or sometimes 12, depends where you are in the country. The weather is warm. Bring your sunscreen because the sun can actually be quite strong during this time of the year in June.
Desiree? And then Amrita.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Desiree Milosevic, a MEG member. I would like to know whether there would be a special area for the workshop and how close could it be to the village, because what we've seen worked really well in December was that the workshops are close to the village itself, exhibition village, so that people can meet. And I wonder if the plan's already there, how it would work. Thank you.
Absolutely. We've taken that as our feedback from IGF 2024, that it was really good to have an open space for the IGF village. So we are looking at the same format in which we have this open space in which people can just drop by for mingling, and it's on the way to different workshop rooms and the plenary and the conference hall. So it's not far away from the rest of the conference for this, the workshop sessions. So I really want to, looking forward to present to you the rest of the floor plan, but right now we are still figuring out the details.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amrita, then Anju.
Thank you so much, Carol, and thank you for the presentation. It was pretty comprehensive for us. I just had a question, and I'm sorry I cannot have my camera on. I think there's some issue in my laptop, but the question was, Norway is a wonderful place, but unfortunately it is pretty far for most of the global south countries, and it is expensive too. So are you all looking at provisioning or budgeting some resources to support global south travel? Is there something which you are looking at? And also ease of visas, getting visas for many may not be so easy.
That's a great question, and we have budgeted in a travel support for Global South participants. And in our bilateral meetings with other countries, we are also raising this fact, and we are encouraging them to also add in more support for representation from the Global South. So I'm looking forward to when that call for travel support proposal comes out. When it comes to the visa, we are working with our Ministry of Affairs on how we can get the information out quickly. And so I think that will be ready for the launch of the website when the registration opens. But we are also aware that Norway is a part of the Schengen area, so it is a bit limited on how much we can change our visa procedure without changing agreements with the rest of the Schengen area. But we are working hard on finding ways to communicate, to raise awareness about the need to issue visas, but also to apply for visas very early and giving it enough time to be processed.
Okay, I have a question to Anne. So for Schengen visa countries, are there any other entry requirements? Like I think the UK has started theirs. Do you also have to register that you're coming into Norway? I forgot the name of the UK one.
I don't want to share too much because I honestly don't have that detailed knowledge of our visa process. If I may ask this group that we come back to you on the further questions that you might have on the visa after we have published that on our website, and see from the group if the information is enough or if you want clarification to it. But how I understand it, like we don't have embassies and consulate in every country, so we have a visa service that we use internationally together with the Schengen area. And so with regard to that, it might take some extra time to send your document to that service to be processed. But I don't really have more details than that.
Well, thank you. Okay, we don't see any more hands. So we are now going on to stock taking and considerations. Celine?
Thank you very much, Carol. Hello, everyone. We prepared a presentation summarizing the stock taking and improvements that we received via our submission form, but also from the open microphone and taking stock session. So we had the call open over a period of 2 weeks, and we advertised it also amongst others via the IGF 2024 participants, via our IGF mailing list, social media channels, and also the website. I just posted the link in the chat for you to have a look at the submissions. They are all publicly available. But all in all, we received a very high amount of submissions, probably also because of the extensive promotion that we did. 116 submissions, and the largest groups that provided input was the civil society and also government representatives. Most input received from a regional basis came from Africa and also Asia Pacific. So we've asked quite a lot of questions in this form, starting actually with the IGF 2020 for preparatory process. We will focus a little bit on the 2025 process, which we, I'm not sure if you can still see my screen. I don't think so.
No, it disappeared.
I think it should be back by now.
It's fine.
Perfect. And we asked the community about the preparatory process, which includes, for example, the timeline, the call for session proposals, the session selection, and as well MAG and open consultation meetings, for example. So here, what was clear to the community is that they would like to have a IGF 2025 timeline and milestones that are clear. Tuan just presented some that we discussed also with the MAG, and we will of course make them available on our website. Otherwise, they asked for more transparency in the selection process and also selection criteria for those sessions that have been included in the program. And they are also asking for some more useful feedback once a proposal has been rejected. Otherwise, something that has been quite prominent also in the feedback was the meaningful participation of not only youth, but also underrepresented regions and marginalized and vulnerable communities in the lead up to the IGF. So in decision-making processes, such as, for example, today's open consultation meeting. And last but not least, they also asked for a better coordination, especially for the plenary sessions. So between the IGF Secretariat, the host country, and also main session organizers for the preparatory process of high-level sessions and all other sessions taking place in the plenary hall. Then we also asked the question about the community, intersessional activities, national and regional IGFs, but also dynamic coalitions and policy networks, and how they can best be connected to the IGF 2025 and our global event. So they asked for an increased coordination between NRIs, but also amongst intersessional activities. So for example, NRIs linked to dynamic coalitions and policy networks and youth engagement. And when it comes to national and regional IGF initiatives, they also asked for some more MAG involvement. So a MAG representative, for example, calls, which would also be very welcomed for dynamic coalitions. Again, a topic that was pretty high on the agenda for a lot of respondents, youth inclusion and empowerment. And they encourage or would like to encourage more youth as active, for example, speakers or session proposals and rapporteurs. And one item that was also very welcomed by the community is the youth mentorship program, and they would also suggest further developing it. The youth mentorship program, just as a background information, was set up last year in the MAG working group on youth engagement. Increased integration and visibility. So they suggested, for example, to organize a dedicated day for IGF intersessional work, featuring best practice forums, policy networks, dynamic coalitions, and NRIs, and also to ensure that this intersessional work of the IGF has also dedicated slots in that program. Last but not least, they would also like to encourage alignment with IGF 2025 themes, so that NRIs and intersessional work activities have some sort of connection and alignment with the IGF's overarching theme and sub-themes. What was also discussed in this forum was the program structure and content. So, for example, the thematic approach, session types, speakers, selection, and diversity. And what stood out is really to have a clear thematic track. And suggestions were, for example, to have dedicated days for a specific theme. And also to make sure that the program is inclusive and accommodates diverse regions depending on the time zones. There was also a call to decrease the number of sessions because automatically it would also avoid having duplications and having in general, more focused agenda. Something that was also very important this year to the community is to align the program in some sort with the GDC implementation and also WSIS Plus 20 review process. Respondents also wanted to have more actionable outcomes. So, for example, they suggested to encourage session organizers really to produce more concrete output, and to also discuss this concrete output during the session. When it comes now to the interactive schedule, they asked to release the schedule also earlier in time and to make it more accessible. This is also something that we've been working on already last year. And diversity in speakers. So they asked to include a more diverse set of experts, new speakers in the program, and also to have more speakers from the Global South, from youth groups and marginalized groups. We also asked for some feedback regarding technical matters and communication. So, as you know, we are a hybrid event since quite some time, and it needs to be ensured that remote participants are treated equally compared to on-site participants. This is also something that we've been encouraging session organizers, and as you may know, in the past, we've had a criteria to ensure good hybrid management of the sessions. Then it was suggested to further promote the virtual platforms. So, for example, the scheduling mobile app that we have, as well as the 3D venue and also virtual booths. To better streamline also the session edits, organizers have asked several times to also develop a better set of instructions to facilitate a little bit session edits done by organizers on our website. When it comes now rather to communication aspects, we've been asked to provide such daily summaries to really summarize a little bit and highlight the outcomes of discussions at the end of each day. And something that has also been raised several times by the community is to further involve journalists and also international media, not only as journalists, but really as stakeholders of the IGF, taking part in session proposals, speakers of sessions, for example, also in the plenary hall, and including them more in IGF intersessional work. Session organizers also asked for some more communication activities, something that we've also tried to enhance last year by providing, for example, a Trello board early in time. Now coming to other logistics and host country role. So something that is also very important for the community is to facilitate as good as possible the acquisition of a visa, so the whole process to submit and receive a visa to participate on site in Norway. Also, what was very welcome this year, last year in 2024, was the placement of the IGF village, which proved to be very successful. And as it was placed closer to workshop rooms and also, for example, coffee corners, it really increased the attendance at IGF booths. Also, something that has been highlighted several times is really to ensure that the various types of disabilities are really considered, not only on site, but also online. And last but not least, also something that the community wanted to reintroduce an official IGF reception for all participants and also the music night. We're now coming to the last slide, which is about, apologies, I think there's some background noise. Louis, if you could perhaps mute that person, thank you. Which is about participation and also stakeholder engagement. So in general, there was the sentiment to further broaden the stakeholder representation, specifically from the private sector, from academia and also media, as I shortly highlighted before. Making sure, of course, that there is a geographical balance and also a gender balance. Something also that the community asked on a previous slide that I presented, is really the integration of underrepresented groups, such as marginalized communities, youth, and specifically also participants from developing countries. The community also asked for high-level participation, inviting more prominent figures, such as heads of organizations, more organizations, and also business leaders. Again, the community really wanted to include more private sector in global IGFs. And something also that is been discussed in the forums is really to coordinate with other global bodies involved in the WSIS Plus 20 review to ensure some alignment also at the IGF 2025 and the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 review process. And last but not least, really to ensure inclusivity, so to provide travel support for more Global South participants to really have on-site participation, and if not, to also make sure that remote participation options are accessible. So I would like to leave it at that. Again, please feel free to also visit all submissions here on the website, and I would suggest now to open the floor in case you have any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
I think we have
Wolfgang, yes, go ahead. Wolfgang? Is anybody hearing
I
me?
think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
There
Yes,
you
we
go.
can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I think, Celine, this is an excellent framework, but I want to add a comment to when you argued about invite more prominent figures and extend the participation of journalists. So this is interlinked because journalists will come if they have something to report which goes beyond the day-to-day operations of such a network like the IGF. And if you want to have these figures in June, you have to invite them now, because we have to start very early. So I just want to mention an article which was written by Pari recently in Circle ID about Mark Zuckerberg's removal of content moderation. And this has triggered an idea, why not to invite Mark Zuckerberg for a town hall meeting in Oslo, because content moderation is an issue of the IGF since years. So I think this would be a good opportunity, both it would help, the IGF community to continue the discussion on content moderation, and would create a big public attraction. So that means if we could agree during our meeting here those days to send an invitation letter directly from here to Mr. Zuckerberg and explain him, so probably we have a chance to get him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We took due note. Any other questions?
Adam?
Adam?
Thank you. Good morning and other time zones. Adam Peake. Just to go back again, and it's reiterating what Desiree said about the village, and thank you, Celine, for the presentation. The arrangement in Saudi Arabia was excellent. Probably the first time we've had a very well-functioning village in any IGF I can remember. So please, if it's possible to make the village the central point of the venue, that would be wonderful. And if it would be possible to place the NRIs within the center of the village, it would give us an opportunity to highlight what I think many would agree is the outstanding success of IGFs over the years. What is it now? 170 something national and regional IGFs. So perhaps NRIs surrounded by booths, surrounded by workshop rooms, and I understand that venues can't be changed. You can't move walls and what have you. But if that would be possible, then the centrality of the village and the NRIs would be a wonderful thing to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Thank you, Adam. Jimson?
Yeah, greetings everybody, and thank you for the presentation, Celine. You highlighted the issue of media participation. That is very, very important. The shouting side is the winning side. Some people say that. And so we need to really find a way to bring the top executive or the people that really matter in the media so that the landmark achievement of IGF, WICIS, and what have you over time can be well highlighted to the global community. So I think we need to do this very early. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Samuel?
Thank you.
Yes, just a short one from me. I think I will just speak regarding the youth participations because I consider myself as someone that is associated with the youth IGF also in the regional level. So I just want to say that maybe in regards of the youth, first of all, it's not only necessarily how we can increase youth-led session and empowering them. I think it must also I appreciate that there is an initiative or possibility to advance mentorship program for youth in IGF, but it's just I want to suggest that maybe we can consider to also establish pre-conference engagement, maybe virtual dialogue session with youth, because sometimes the timing of the youth session in the D-Day of the conference, learning from what I've observed. I didn't come to Saudi Arabia, I wasn't there, but I try to join every virtual session that I can. And the timing for the youth session seems to be, not strategic. So maybe the strategic placing of the youth session should be considered, because again, youth session is not only that, okay, we give the opportunity for you to have their own session, but rather, increasing participation of other stakeholders, especially key figures in the youth session itself. So everyone don't forget the youth session. And lastly, maybe to end, another thing that I want to mention is I think Norway is one of the very difficult country to reach from the global south, because for Norway, I think we have to take transit multiple times. Let's say for my country, Indonesia, I have to go to Dubai or Doha first, and then flight from Doha to Norway is going to be very, very, very expensive, even 3 times more expensive than from Jakarta to Dubai or to Doha. So yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel. And Ine?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Celine. I hope you can hear me. Good day, everybody. I just want to come back to the suggestion of inviting journalists and high-level figures. One of the issues that I have seen over the years is just simply that national forums and regional forums do not use media enough. So one of the things that we may do is also encourage those to first, bring those people. I know for a fact that a lot of our media organizations have technical booths or technical desks, as they call them. So it would be nice to really engage them from the start, explain the theme of the year, explain what could be in it for them, also to come to the IGF in terms of what they can get out of the discussions, but also, put them back at home for their audiences. So I really, would encourage that. And I like Adam's idea of having the circle, concentric circles basically going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Desiree?
We can't hear you.
Yes, thank you very much, Celine. to follow up on some suggestions made earlier that I agree with, the visual display of the NRIs that talks about the amplifying community that we have around the world would also be beneficial. Some map with all the NRIs presented in a nice and easy way to read. In inviting journalists as well, I really support that. I think we had that at the beginning. And good high-level moderators as ex-journalists. But also, I believe, I wonder whether we have already sent an invitation to the Secretary General and whether he'd be able to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. So perhaps just to answer to your last question. So we're currently in the process of finalizing the high-level invitation letters, which also include the one to the Secretary General. Thank you. Mariam?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good morning from the Gambia. My comment really, or question rather, would be as we think about the themes for the 2025 IGF, I'd kind of like to emphasize the importance of focusing on digital governance in the context of AI and data sovereignty, because many countries, particularly those in the global south, are really grappling with how to govern AI ethically while ensuring that it also aligns with their local priorities. So is it possible to explore a theme that also examines AI governance frameworks, capacity building, and responsible innovation? And just to kind of second what I didn't get his name, he was talking about the timing for the youth IGF back in Saudi and youth support and all of that. I think the timing for the youth IGF last year was actually not the most ideal, because I also saw in met some of our community groups that the time was way late or way too early in their local time zone. So maybe, I know everywhere in the world different times and all of that, so maybe just a time that would be not too early, not too late, but we also have to make the sacrifices to kind of join these meetings as well, whether it's online or on site. All right, that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Mariam. We took notes. Chair, I do not see any other comments.
No, I don't see any. Okay, so we're now I'm going to take a 15-minute break and see you back here. Somebody else probably better give the time, because I'm seeing 3:54 a.m. so definitely not. So 15 minutes, everybody. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope everybody got back. Welcome to those just joining us. And can everybody hear me for sure?
Yes, Carol, again.
Okay, great. Okay, so now we're moving on to our partners who will be presenting on GDC, upcoming processes and ongoing processes, just GDC and WSIS plus 20. The first person up is on the GDC brief from the Office on Digital and Emerging Technologies, ODAT. Isabel, are you here? Or somebody else
Isabel is
represented?
not yet here. I guess she's going to join at 1:15.
Okay.
We could otherwise move on with the WSIS plus 20 review from UNDESA
Denise?
brief.
Okay, go ahead, roll the video.
Thank you for the floor. This is Deniz Tutar from United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I am pleased to provide a brief update on the WSIS Plus 20 preparations by the UNGA. As you may recall, UNDESA served as a secretariat for the WSIS Plus 10 review in 2015, and the outcome document called for a high-level meeting in 2025 to assess progress on WSIS outcomes, identify challenges, and contribute to the 2030 agenda review with broad stakeholder participation. UNDESA stands ready to continue in this role. To keep member states and stakeholders informed, we've launched a dedicated website at publicadministration.desa.un.org/WSIS20. The IGF Secretariat will also share the link in the chat. As noted in the latest news section, on 20 January 2025, the President of the General Assembly appointed permanent representatives of Republic of Kenya and Republic of Lithuania as co-facilitators for intergovernmental consultations to finalize the modalities for the overall review. Consultations with member states to finalize the modalities are expected to begin in the coming days, and as we hear more about the modalities discussions, we will keep the community informed through this website. To clarify, the WSIS Plus 20 review process will only begin after the modalities are finalized, and once we know about the roadmap of the WSIS Plus 20, then of course we will also update the preparatory process roadmap section here on the website. The latest UNGA ICT for a Sustainable Development Resolution asked the modalities to be completed no later than end of the March. So we will definitely be busy in the coming weeks. Also on this website, you can find other UN agency review processes. We also anticipate in the WSIS Plus 20 review active engagement of the United Nations Group on the Information Society, UNGIS, endorsed by the UN Chief Executive Boards in 2006. This collaboration is of course key as we also align WSIS Plus 20 with the Global Digital Compact and broader digital governance and development goals. So if you click on Documents section, you will see the WSIS Plus 20 roadmaps and reviews by the UN system. I will not go into details of this because you will hear from other colleagues, CSTD, ITU, UNESCO. If you click on Documents section, you can also see all the UNGA resolutions on WSIS and follow-up since from 2005, ECOSOC resolutions, and reports of the UN Secretary General on WSIS follow-up, and of course Global Digital Compact, which you just heard the latest developments. So we just want to make sure that UNDESA will continue facilitating this multi-stakeholder, multi-agency process, and also in response to feedback from IGF 2024, We will also bring the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines adopted at Net Mundial Plus 10 to the co-facilitators' attention. Our goal is simple: to foster a collaborative approach, ensuring alignment with the 2030 agenda and of course with today's digital realities. With broad stakeholder engagement and UN agency support, we are confident the GA, the UN General Assembly, will successfully complete the WSIS Plus 20 review. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. A brief from Commission on Science and Technology for Development, CSTD.
I do not see them yet in the call.
Okay.
I am in the call.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead, have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Ángel González. I'm the head of Science, Technology, and Innovation here in UNTAD, and as part of our mandate, we are the Secretariat for the UN Commission on Science and Technology for Development. As you know, the Commission on Science and Technology for Development has a mandate from the ECOSOC and the General Assembly to conduct the system-wide follow-up to the implementation of the outcomes of WSIS. And in that sense, in 2023, the Commission adopted a roadmap for the implementation of its WSIS Plus 20 review, which is intended to be a contribution to the process in the General Assembly. This roadmap was endorsed by the ECOSOC and also noted by the General Assembly in its annual ICT resolution in 2024. In this sense, the Commission has engaged in a very broad effort to consult with all relevant stakeholders. We have had consultations during the IGF session in Kyoto. We also had consultations during the UNTAD week in 2023. We have had regional consultations in collaboration with all the regional commissions of the United Nations. We participated together with colleagues from the other agencies, ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, in the preparation of an online questionnaire addressed to all the
in your afternoon, right?
The stakeholders.
10 left my time. So
sorry.
So I'm available anytime after.
Can we continue?
Continue, go ahead.
As I was saying, we are now finalizing the consultation process with a series of thematic consultations focusing on issues such as gender, the environment, the digital economy, children's rights. And we have been doing this in collaboration with the relevant UN agencies, with UNEP, with UN Women, with UNICEF, and in the case of the digital economy, with our colleagues here in the UNTAD Secretariat who have a program of work on that issue. On the basis of the outcome of all these consultations, we will present to the annual session of the CSTD starting on 7th April, a synthesis report that will present the key findings from this process, as well as some thinking about what we consider could be options that the CSTD may discuss for the future of the WSIS process, and in particular covering the question of the relationship between the implementation of the GDC and the contribution that CSTD and other WSIS actors can do to that implementation. We expect that member states will consider that report in the context of their discussions on the WSIS implementation. There will be a dedicated day in the annual session for this conversation, which will be conformed with a series of thematic panels. And we would expect that this the outcome of these conversations will feed into the annual resolution that the CSTD negotiates for transmission to the ECOSOC on the implementation of WSIS. And in this particular year, should include a reference to the CSTD's assessment of the progress achieved in the last 20 years and the future ahead. I think that covers what I can share with you in terms of the preparations for the WSIS Plus 20 review from the CSTD perspective. I would like to emphasize that this has been an effort undertook in close discussion and collaboration with many of the agencies in the UN system, and very particularly with ITU, with UNESCO, with ESA, and with UNDP. A very brief word to refer to another aspect of the work of the CSTD that is connected to the GDC implementation, which has to do with the creation of a working group on data governance. This is one of the commitments indicated under Objective 4 of the GDC. The group is now in its establishment phase. The Bureau of the CSTD is now considering the applications of different from different stakeholder groups that have been received. They are more than 200 for a group that is expected to include 20 members from the non-state stakeholders. And we expect the process of nomination of the members of the group to be completed in the next few weeks, so that the group can have a first meeting within the first quarter of this year. And this concludes my briefing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Is Isabel in as yet?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Floor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I'm Isabel de Sola. I'm part of the new Office on Digital and Emerging Technologies based in Geneva. I'm sure I've met many of you before. Celine and Chengetai asked me to say a few words about GDC implementation and how the IGF family and community around the world could contribute to its implementation. I just wanted to check with you, Carol, that is the topic I should address. Could you give me a thumbs up or some guidance?
Repeat the question, sorry.
I see a thumbs up from Celine. I was just reconfirming the topic that I should address. So the question is, how can the IGF community and family around the world contribute to follow-up and implementation of the Global Digital Compact approved in September? And I'd like to say just maybe 1 minute about how the implementation planning is going so far, and then suggest 2 ideas for consideration of the IGF in this pivotal year. So since the Summit of the Future, the Secretary General and his cabinet in New York have brought together a steering committee that oversees Pact for the Future implementation. And the reason for being of this steering committee is that Secretary General Guterres would like to focus energies of the UN system on following up to several of the Pact's most ambitious objectives. And he wanted the system to deliver in a way that was comprehensive, multi-stakeholder, and visible. So he decided to put together this steering committee that would steward along the 50 or so agencies across the UN system for a delivery of the pact that's more orderly, that's comprehensive, that advances on all of the 6 fronts of all of the 6 pillars of the Pact for the Future: climate change, youth, financial institution reform, peace and security, and of course, digital technologies, amongst others. He's asked for smaller working groups to come into being around each of those 6 pillars, and therefore a working group called Working Group on Digital Technologies has been formed across UN agencies that has the task of monitoring, supporting, and driving forward Chapter 3 of the Pact on Science and Technology, and also its annex, the Global Digital Compact. This working group is currently co-chaired by Odette, formerly OSET, and the ITU, together with a group of vice chairs that include OHCHR, UNESCO, UNDP, UN Trade and Development. Let me see, who am I missing? I think that's everybody. And then also a few additional agencies may or may not be added as vice chairs because they're taking forward certain pieces of the GDC implementation and Chapter 3. So let's say we have 2 co-chairs and then about between 5 to 8 vice chairs that are primarily responsible for driving this forward. Now, the group has 2 or 3 levels of action in its follow-up to the implementation. Most of the paragraphs of the GDC and Chapter 3 are in the hands of member states. So it is paragraphs that where the member states articulate objectives that they would like to take forward, and where the primary responsibility for pursuing these objectives lies with member states. In those cases, the UN can provide support, or it can provide a sort of oversight and research capacity or connecting of the dots across resources to assist member states in pursuing those objectives. There's a second category of paragraphs in the pact where the member states gave specific tasks to the UN system. And in those cases, the agencies need to get organized and deliver together in order to have, in the next 2 or 3 years, some concrete results. An example of that is what Angel Gonzalez was referring to a moment ago, the working group on data governance. Another example is the proposal to conduct a study or to emerge information about the impact of misinformation and disinformation on the SDGs. This is part of the 3rd chapter of the GDC, the chapter on human rights and internet governance. And it's a task that would require a whole of UN system collaboration in order for us to have a complete view of how the SDGs are affected by misinformation and disinformation. So those are some examples of what's ahead of us in this working group for digital technologies. I want to say the most important part about this working group from the perspective of the IGF is that very soon it needs to open up to the participation of stakeholders from other sectors. For the moment, we spent about 4 months now in an internal reflection, how to get organized across the UN system, what are the tasks, what are the resources, who's doing what. And very soon, and most relevant, of course, is to open up the implementation effort to the participation of stakeholders and to the information and contributions that they would like to bring. Now, the way that this will happen in a first instance is through the GDC implementation map. The implementation map was one of the concrete tasks given by the GDC to the Secretary General. And there's been work over the last 4 months to develop a concept and find resources for how we would like to conduct this mapping. Recently, in December, when we traveled to Riyadh for the IGF, we heard a lot of questions from stakeholders regarding how they could get involved, how they could transmit information, where could they find partners on some of the objectives. And those questions have been very helpful to the process because the implementation map concept has been adjusted in order to ensure that we connect and answer these questions. I hope, my expectation is that the working group on digital technologies will reveal shortly how the implementation map is going to work. It should be user-friendly. It should allow stakeholders from across the world to present information and find other partners that are working on issues and objectives of Chapter 3 and the GDC that are interesting to them. And it should provide a tool that helps us for a coordinated or a coherent and comprehensive implementation over the next 2.5 years until the high-level review of the GDC at the 82nd GA. So sorry, that was much more than 1 minute, Carol. Forgive me. I said I'm just going to do 1 minute on how GDC implementation is working. It takes a little bit longer. And now 2 concrete ways for the ideas for the IGF community. As regards the paragraphs of the GDC that refer to the IGF, we hope and we expect that the governance mechanisms of the IGF that have existed for many years and which work very well, such as this MAG, will take forward those proposals and keep an eye on them and communicate back to the working group on digital technologies regarding the progress and the status of those commitments. UNDESA is part of the working group on digital technologies, and we expect that they, together with the IGF Secretariat, would be the primary conduit for information. One idea that we would like to explore with the IGF is whether the national and regional initiatives can support member states as they think about implementation at the national and regional level of GDC commitments. That sounds a little bit vague. Let me see if I can be more concrete. So if we take a given member state, for example, Vietnam, they've perhaps heard about the GDC. They, of course, participated in its negotiation. Now there are 70-odd commitments that come out of the GDC. And they have turned to the UN country team and UN resident coordinator in Vietnam and asked, well, how do we do this? Where do we start? The question of where do we start is something that we believe the national and regional IGF initiatives could be instrumental in responding to because of their knowledge of local conditions regarding GDC objectives and also the networks that NRIs represent. We've been discussing with UN resident coordinators about the possibility of developing a blueprint for national and regional implementation of the GDC. And we believe that the committees locally on the ground would have a great deal to say about those blueprints. We hope that, for example, within the implementation phase that's upcoming, we could partner with some of the IGF NRIs that are interested in conducting this exercise to develop an example, a template, the blueprint for GDC implementation, and perhaps experiment locally in certain countries that are interested to do this for a sort of national level conversation on what are some of the priorities that come out of the GDC that could be pursued collaboratively. So that's one idea. Could we discuss possibilities to collaborate at the national and regional level with the NRIs? A second hope that we have that we will formalize as soon as the GDC implementation mapping is ready is if we could request to NRIs that they circulate information, request for information to this implementation mapping. We would like to coordinate with the WSIS process as well, that similarly asks for information about the implementation of WSIS goals so that it's not overly cumbersome for local actors. Too many requests for information from the UN agencies is not a good thing, and we're conscious of that. So what we'd like to do is agree perhaps with the IGF communities and with the WSIS stock-taking platform in a smooth manner to request information to the GDC implementation map. I think the map will only be as good as the data that comes into it, and the more data that we receive, of course, about what's going out, what's happening out there in the world, the more useful that it could be. So those are 2 ways that we'd like to explore with all of you, how we can partner on the GDC implementation map. I see there's just a couple of questions, so maybe Carol, let me stop here and then you tell me if I take some questions or if we should wait. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Isabel. I think persons were very excited about the partnerships that we can have. But I see all the hands have jumped up, but I will continue with the list of presenters because some may not be able to stay the full time. But thank you very much. I see the hands up, but we just have one more presentation and then we'll go to the question section. Thank you very much, Isabel. So the next presentation is from ITU. Do we have ITU here
Yes.
present?
Good morning, Carol.
Hi, welcome. Have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Carol. Good morning to all stakeholders who've joined today. So first of all, let me start by congratulating the community for a very successful IGF. It was very, very insightful and very interesting to meet all of you there. All the implementation activities that were shared. We heard about all these processes from UNDESA, from CSTD, our colleague Ankel, but also we'd like to congratulate the stakeholder community that has been implementing the process since 20 years so effectively. I'd like to share my presentation, but sharing is not turned on. Could you please allow me to present? Basically, I'm going to focus on what we have achieved until now through our implementation wheel and what we are planning together with all the UN agencies. You have heard from many of them, but I'm going to. Can you see my screen, Carol? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so it says we are celebrating 20 years and of course achieving future milestones together. So we are already planning. We started in 1998 with several milestones with the WSIS and Tunisia declarations in 2003, 2005, the WSIS plus 10 review, and now of course we are looking at the WSIS plus 20 review and a vision beyond 2025 for WSIS, which many of you expressed during the previous WSIS high-level event in Geneva and also the IGF on how we would like to see the vision of WSIS beyond 2025 and continue to please write to us about it so that we can incorporate it in the governance processes. So, of course, WSIS has a strong governance process. You heard about the ONGA resolutions from Denise, the ECOSOC resolutions, the CSTD, our UNGIS group, which is very active through the Chief Executive Board, our annual WSIS Forum, our annual IGF, the mandate for the UN agencies to implement the WSIS action lines, not to forget the UN Regional Commission's mandate at the regional level, and a lot of other activities and platforms that complement these, like the WSIS prizes, stock taking, the partnership for measuring ICT for development. So just remembering that we have a very strong governance structure. We are guided by the principles of the WSIS action lines, a beautiful framework of UN agencies where different UN agencies based on their mandates actually implement the action lines. For example, e-health is done by WHO, media is UNESCO, ITU is, ICT infrastructure. And we have aligned all these different projects with the Sustainable Development Goals in the WSIS stock-taking database. So please continue to submit in the WSIS stock-taking database so that these are all reflected well. A lot of work has been going on, colleagues. You all know that because you're a part of it. It's a very, very vibrant multi-stakeholder community. UN agencies have been extremely active in implementing the action lines. Just a snapshot to show you that so many agencies are involved and they're working very hard. Multi-stakeholderism remains at the core of everything that we do, and we will try. Of course, we need to ensure that beyond 2025, it continues to be the DNA of the WSIS process and beyond. Our implementation wheel, the WSIS action lines, which many of you are implementing on a day-to-day basis, the WSIS forum, stock taking, the UNGIS group, alignment with the 2030 agenda, and several special initiatives. Of course, the GDC, there are several similarities between the WSIS and the GDC process. The WSIS and GDC matrix has also been produced in consultation with the UN Action Line facilitators, which shows how the GDC objectives are aligned to the WSIS action lines, SDGs, and what are the existing mechanisms that are already implementing several aspects of the GDC, which we very much welcome. And thanks, Isabel, for the briefing. WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. Many of you are participating. Registration is already open, 7th to 11th of July. We are moving to a bigger space. We are moving to PAL Expo. So you're most welcome there. There'll be lots of space for everyone. The online and the virtual registration is already open. And since it's a UN process, our Swiss colleagues are working very closely with us on the accreditation and the visa process. So kindly apply. That's the advice from Switzerland. Please do register as soon as possible and book your accommodation. It's a terribly busy week. There is also the women UEFA football matches and tournaments going on in Geneva. So please do book your accommodation and your register as soon as possible to get your visa on time. Of course, the objectives are not only looking at what we've achieved in 20 years. We've spent a lot of time deliberating on that. UN agencies have already put up their presentations on the action lines. But we also want to together have a collective vision of WSIS beyond 2025. What is our vision? So we propose to have several consultative sessions. Through the open consultation process, we are receiving several concrete inputs on how we should be moving forward. So the next meeting of the open consultation process is on the 11th of February. So please join us, 11th of February at 12:30. It's all, you can find the information on the website. And the more suggestions we receive, the more inputs we'll be able to take into the process and reflect your ideas into the agenda of the WSIS high-level event. So we have a skeleton of the agenda already. We leave it online so you could see it, but please do participate on the 11th of February to hear more about it. I'll skip this. We are expecting high-level participation. Heads of states, we are also celebrating ITU's 160th anniversary this year. 160 years of implementation of activities at the ITU. So we will have a presidential gala dinner on the 9th, and we are expecting presidents, ministers, head of regulatory bodies, of course, heads of your agencies and yourself. All of you are invited to please attend physically or virtually the high-level event. The stock-taking database, please continue to update. We've issued the call for action for 2025. We will be producing the WSIS Plus 20 reports based on the submissions to the stock-taking database. And if you would like your projects to be featured in those reports, please do let us know. WSIS prizes, the deadline is 10th of February. We hope that you have nominated your best project there, and we do hope that you will win. Our campaign, the WSIS Plus 20 story. We would like you to share your WSIS Plus 20 story in 20 seconds. I see so many of you here. Wolfgang, Anneret, Anna Neves, please, we invite you to share your story. It's a social media campaign. Everybody should take their phone, record their 20 seconds of their WSIS story. So we already got Marcus Kuma, and I cannot play the video here, but you can watch it online. We have Wendy's story from Dominican Republic, and there are many more all over the internet. But please do share your story about what you've achieved or what your organization has achieved in these 20 years. Very quickly, Chair, I will be finishing very fast. Just the WSIS Plus 20 review. My colleagues have spoken about it, but we are taking this very seriously. We have weekly meetings of ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, CSTD, and UNDESA. You have seen this implementation map several times, this timeline. We've updated it with the appointment of the Lithuanian and Kenyan co-facilitators who will finalize the modalities resolution no later than March 2025. We have the CSTD coming up. We have the Paris phase coming up, the IGF coming up, the Geneva phase coming up, and of course, New York high-level event, which is yet to be decided when it would happen. We are working on our respective roadmaps as well because we have mandates from our membership. ITU's membership takes the WSIS process and its multi-stakeholder component very seriously. Our Secretary General has a roadmap which is reviewed at every council working group on WSIS and SDG, the council and the plenipotentiary conference. As I spoke about the 20 years of the WSIS action lines, you could go online and read about the input of the action line facilitators, so the UN agencies themselves, on how these action lines have evolved over the 2 years. There are beautiful presentations there on what we've achieved, the challenges and the emerging trends beyond 2025 as well. So we also invite you to contribute to ITU's call for input on WSIS Plus 20. Many of you have already contributed. We've received over 80 submissions, but our chair has decided to extend the deadline, and the deadline has been extended till 14th of March. So we look forward to receiving your inputs on the ITU call on WSIS Plus 20 as well. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Will the presentation be available?
Yes, Chair, I will send it to Shengentai and Celine.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we will take questions. Wolfgang.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I thank Isabel for the briefing, and I think for the basic idea, it was my understanding that the GDC is outreaching to the IGF, to WSIS Plus 20, to avoid the emergence of new silos, because if you start new processes, the risk is always that you create new silos, new kingdoms, and then you end up in a duplication and finally in senseless competition. So in particular, the outreach to the NRI is a very good idea, and it should be one of your priorities, because the whole internet governance ecosystem is based on bottom-up initiatives, and NRI stands for bottom-up. So, but I have a concrete proposal. You informed us about the formation of some new bodies like the GDC Steering Committee and the Working Group on Digital Technology. My concrete proposal would be that you add to the membership of these new committees a liaison from the IGF groups, from the MAC or the leadership panel. So what I've learned from ICANN is that to have liaisons between the various bodies guarantees that both sides are well informed and can make a contribution. So that means to have a permanent liaison in this steering committees or working groups from the IGF community would be very welcome. And I would think also that we get a liaison from the GDC process, that means from audit in the MAC or in the leadership panel, so that we can ensure that we can avoid duplication or senseless competition, and to harmonize all these processes, the implementation, because the IGF is the best place to implement GDC decisions and to prepare the 2027 high-level event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolfgang, for that very good input. We're asking everybody to please keep interventions to 2 minutes. Rochelle?
Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you, Isabel, for a great presentation. I want to also support Wolfgang. It was one of the things that I was thinking about, having the liaisons in between the two, and in terms of also liaisons with the national and regional, IGFs. It would be nice to know if the resident coordinators, I mean, especially for my region, I know that one of the issues that I have had is reconciling what is the national Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework with what is happening globally, not only at IGF, but also, at the UN in general. So GDC is something. How much of that has trickled down to the resident coordinator who can then make sure that the whole UN system, for example, convenes and talks to the national IGF actors to say, this is what we have heard, this is what you're discussing on the ground. These are maybe some of the ways that the agencies can help you implement that on the ground. Not sure, but honestly, that disconnect, I think, is one of the issues that we've been having also in terms of making sure that, the UN concepts, frameworks, and activities are trickling down, to the national level. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do need a good communication strategy to make sure that persons who need to hear can hear and then act. Chris?
Yes, thanks, Carol. And thank you to all the presenters. This has been really useful and interesting thus far. I'm probably building a little on what Anne Rochelle was saying there in terms of, I think, the plan or the intention of ODET to use the NRI network is really positive and very glad to see that. I think NRIs have been recognized more in the past year even than before as one of the really positive and important elements of the IGF ecosystem. I think we're also obviously looking at how can we generate more outputs or create more outputs from the IGF. And I think that the IGF itself is a really important conduit to the NRIs, because I mean, there are now more than, I think, 160 of them. So there needs to be some degree of coordination there. So I think taking all of that together, it's a really important opportunity to use this year's IGF as a platform to develop that blueprint that Isabel was talking about in relation to the NRIs and Global Digital Compact implementation. So I hopefully will be able to work with the MAG, with ODET and with the NRIs and with the NRI coordination group to plan that and make that a real concrete outcome and contribution of the IGF to this process. I think that would be really positive for everyone. Just quickly, also to Gitanjali's presentation on the WSIS plus 20 high-level event that's happening. Thanks, Jen. I think there is also a real need for IGF and the WSIS event to integrate and complement each other, particularly since they're only 2 weeks apart. So I think we have real plans in the MAG to look at what practically that might mean for the IGF, and I hope we'll be able to also use the open consultation for the WSIS event to look at what the WSIS program and processes can do, and in sort of reciprocal terms to make these two events really beneficial in how they complement each other. So looking forward to that, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Anju? Anju? Henriette?
Thank you, Carol. Can you hear me?
Yes, but we're getting an echo.
Yeah, I'm also getting an echo. Carol, I'm going to type.
Okay, thank you. Jimson?
Okay, greetings again. This is Jimson. Well, I want to first and foremost appreciate Dennis for his presentation and physically mentioning the need to incorporate multi-stakeholder guidelines, Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines for meaningful participation. And in this regard, I've noted something been missing, which we were doing before, that is inviting all the stakeholders, like the private sector, the civil society, the academic and technical community representative in what we do, particularly in CSTD. In the private sector, we've not been getting the invites since 2018 to those events. I wanted to maybe part of the improvement right now into the process going on. And at the same time, the steering committee that Isabel talked about, I think we should also replicate this, get representative of all the other stakeholders so that there can be meaningful participation. And lastly, ITU has been doing a great job thus far. And with regard to this review, I don't know how involved the national governments are. I would like to suggest or recommend that you use the process they use in coming up with the Global Cybersecurity Index, reaching out to national contacts, and use the same approach. The GCI has been quite successful, and I think they should use the same approach to get the national government to be active in this WSIS Plus 20 review process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anju, you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I do agree with some of the comments in terms of the lack of coordination and alignment between entities. One of the common challenges that we see, and because I've been part of the GDC process in the Pacific and some of the some of the governments, is that managing some of these complex processes can really hinder progress. And many of these governments, particularly in developing countries like the Pacific, they still lack institutional bandwidth, technical expertise, or human resources even to fully engage in some of these initiatives. For example, GDC or the ODET or other UN or WSIS process. So while I appreciate that you're also trying to make sure that there's no overlaps, I think it is very important that we don't confuse this for the government, because when we hit the government level, sometimes it's also about why should we listen to the global process, right? What is the value proposition, and how does this really streamline to some of their current priorities? And I think this is very important, and maybe at some point we can support this. I know that the NRI network and other networks are available, but I think we just need to be very pragmatic when it comes to high-level government engagement. Thanks.
Thank you, Anju. I agree with you. I think we know a lot of the issues. We need to come up with some concrete actions and plans, you know. Henriette, you're going to speak instead? Or we just read what Henriette has put in the chat. Isabella, you want to respond? Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone for your, is my mic okay? This works all right?
It is, yes. Thanks.
Yes, okay. Thank you for all of the questions. I'll do my best to quickly respond to some of them. So the proposal for a liaison from the IGF to the Working Group on Digital Technologies has received a lot of support in the chat. Let me transmit that then to my co-chairs at the ITU and the rest of the UN agencies for their consideration. It may take us a week or two to get back to you, because the question of how this group is organized has actually taken a lot of time. So when I read Henriette's comments that she thinks that this has gone very fast, I smile, because for me it's gone very slow. And I feel a lot of fire under my feet, especially after Riyadh, that we have to finish getting this working group organized. In Riyadh, we heard over and over again from the stakeholders, how do we get involved? So me, I'm ready to open it up. Give us a week or two. I understand as well the leadership panel of the IGF will have a meeting next month in March, and perhaps that would be one last stop along the way to consider or discuss these ideas one more time and give them a blessing. And then we could confirm that plan of having a liaison. And also the second idea of pursuing some form of national regional blueprint. On the chat, there's been a lot of support for that idea. And I take the point from one of the last speakers that it's not so simple working with the national governments. What we've experienced so far is in November, we did a workshop with the office of that oversees the resident coordinators, or that acts as a support to all resident coordinators at UN headquarters in New York. We did a workshop with, let's say, 30 resident coordinators that had traveled to New York for a sort of high-level retreat that they do every few years. And what we heard from them is that on a case-by-case basis, it could make a lot of sense to have this blueprint tool at the national level. So some of the resident coordinators have heard high demand from the governments with which they partner to pursue a GDC strategy, to pursue national level brainstormings or discussions on GDC objectives, to establish for example, loose coalitions at the national level around some of the GDC objectives. Some governments would like that to happen, and therefore some resident coordinators have requested this collaboration around a blueprint. I think the point is that it might need to be something that's on a country-to-country basis. Those that wish for that to occur would, of course, be the most receptive and perhaps the best partners for this. That doesn't mean, however, that NRIs, where civil society or where multi-stakeholder coalitions nationally would like to pursue local level activities, that they shouldn't. So what we might want to aim for with the right checks and balances in this family is for a concept note around this blueprint. I like that idea of delivering on it at the next IGF in Norway, or of having some sort of opportunity at Norway to refine the concept and get more actors involved and knowing about this. I would like to mention that the resident coordinator's office in New York likewise wants to play a role. So we should connect the dots. And we've heard, for example, from UNDP, that has a big presence in many countries, that they similarly would like to connect the dots with efforts that they have ongoing about the digital transformation. So perhaps this is forgive me for being so unarticulate this morning, but maybe I'm formulating ideas as I go. But a question back to this family would be, how do you feel about partnering with other offices of the UN in this initiative? Should we get a concept note going? And do there need to be any other checks along the way in the IGF family to bless the effort of creating this blueprint in a collaborative manner? And just one last point. Someone asked, how is the steering committee for the Pact for the Future formed? And what is the role of ODET and the ITU? So the steering committee for the Pact for the Future, very quickly, was called into being by the Secretary General when the summit ended. It was actually something that was very welcome. After the summit ended, there was such an effort into drafting of the summit and communication and organizing the events. Shortly after the summit, it was very welcome to hear from the Secretary General and his team that they had a plan now for the follow-up. So the show is over. Now he wants to focus on follow-up. And from his office and with the political momentum that he can bring, he's given instructions to the UN system to focus on delivering aspects of the Pact for the Future. The steering committee is formed by, I think, 23 principals across the UN system, and it's chaired by USG Guy Ryder. The steering committee then subdivided into six kind of thematic working groups, one of which is on digital technologies. And the digital technologies working group is responsible to pursue Chapter 3 of the Pact and the Annex, the GDC. It's co-chaired by ODET and ITU, and there's 5 to 8 other agencies that act as kind of vice chairs or in leadership capacities. Their role is to open up opportunities for coordinated follow-up on the distinct chapters of the GDC. So on, Chapter 1 is about the SDGs and connectivity. Chapter 2 is on the digital economy, etc. And also on the science and technology aspects of the Pact. So I hope that that's answered some of the questions, and happy to follow up on the chat. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Isabel. I think that's great. I think the idea of a concept paper is workable. I think it'll capture where people want to head, and our next steps, I think. So I think the idea of the concept paper is good. I see Chris has raised his hand.
Thanks, Carol, and thanks, Isabel. I just want to say I do think a concept paper is a good idea, but I think there's a lot of appetite out there for something a little more than that. So a blueprint there, and I think a 6-month timeline to the end of to the Oslo event gives us some time to sort of start working towards that. So I think it would be very welcome to have work towards a blueprint that could come out of the IGF, very much drawing on and working with the NRIs in that space. And I know the NRIs collectively have also been very keen to build on their engagement with IGF and their presence at IGF and what's coming out of that. So I think there's appetite there on this side from the MAG and from IGF institutionally to work with ODET and work with other UN stakeholders. I think, as you say, Isabel, there's a wide range of them, and obviously the WSIS Action Line partner agencies are very important in that regard too. But this seems like work that we could produce something very positive and concrete on. So looking forward to that.
Wout?
Yes, thank you, Carol. Good morning, all. Isabel, thank you for the presentation. We spoke in Riyadh, as you will remember, on dynamic coalitions. And what I would like to share here is very short and brief, that we as dynamic coalitions have compiled a list of all the topics that we are expecting to deliver in Oslo and beyond, and that will be shared with the MAG and with others so that we can see how we can contribute to the implementation of the GDC. So this is a follow-up to Riyadh. Thank you.
Thank you, Wout. Henriette?
I'm trying again. Carol, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. No echo. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Carol, and thanks for getting up so early. Thanks, everyone, for the input and the discussion. And I think, Isabel, you are very articulate. Don't do yourself short. I think that, my fear here is that ODET has a mandate. It has to fulfill on that mandate. And I think it has done well in picking up the pieces and moving quite quickly. It has more capacity to move quickly and make decisions than the IGF has. So I think we have to recognize that. I really think we should look not just at the NRI integration, but explicitly at what Wolfgang suggested, which is at a very high level, strategic level, some kind of mutual liaison and engagement. My fear is that ODET looks at the IGF as dealing just with IG issues, when those of us in the IG community sees the IGF as a platform for all aspects of the digital work that's taking place in ODET. So I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to flag this for the MAG and the Secretariat. I think we need to look at integration and collaboration that starts tomorrow, not that starts in 6 months' time.
A good point, Andrea. Timing is critical. And if we want to see the success, then we do need to be mindful of time. I see no more hands. Octavian from Council of Europe, you have the floor. Is Octavian still on?
Yes, I am on. Hello,
Okay,
everybody.
great. Go ahead.
Actually, I haven't raised my hand, but still, since I have this occasion, I'd like to say that the Council of Europe is continuing its engagement in the process, including the implementation of the GDC and also the VCs plus 20 review. We are about to prepare the Council of Europe digital agenda, which is a document covering various aspects of the Council of Europe engagement in issues like artificial intelligence, privacy, online safety, and many others. And we look into how this document can relate to the GDC implementation. The issue of regional implementation is also important and at heart of our work. We work actively with Eurodig, which is the European Internet Dialogue on Internet Governance, and also CDIG, which is Southeast European Dialogue on Internet Governance, on promoting these topics. And this work will continue into 2025. We are looking into the opportunities offered by IGF meeting in June, and also into this announced today a meeting on implementation on VCs plus 20 in July. The Council of Europe hosts the Eurodig 2025 in Strasbourg in May on 13 and 14 of May, to which I invite the interested parties. So we are very much engaged in this process and look forward for the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We seem to be ahead of time. So any more questions? This is a great time. We know we've been last year saying how the IGF is willing and ready to help with the GDC processes and have more interconnections with the organization partners, especially those within the UN family. So here's your time to give concrete ideas of how we can get that done. So please don't be shy. Let's jump in and have that discussion. Wow, a silent mag. I'm surprised. I'm shocked.
Chair, may I respond to Chris's suggestion?
Sure.
So thank you, Chris. Schengentai IGF Secretariat and us, we keep discussing this on how to strengthen the alignment so that the outcomes are more strengthened for both the events, both the platforms, I may say. And the MAG meetings are held regularly, but we could also explore at how we can bring the outcomes of IGF 2025 and integrate them with the outcomes of the high-level event. So we will be continuing this discussion. But if you have comments, Chris, you can also send them. Any suggestions, concrete suggestions, you can send them directly to me, and we can take them further with Schengentai. Thank you.
Sorry, Carol, can I make just a two-finger response? Just
Sure, and then one.
Then one, yeah. Just to say thank you, Gitanjali, for that. And I think, yeah, you're right, that idea of a flow from IGF processes into the WSIS forum, WSIS high-level event processes would be potentially very productive and very, very good in this case. So looking forward to working on that.
Carol, if I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand, is it okay if I say one
Sure,
response?
go ahead. Uh-huh.
Thank you. To Henriette's point, I'd love to continue discussing that with you, Henriette, because I'm not sure that I understood entirely. I think it's not so much that the Office of the Tech Envoy thinks of the IGF as only focused on IG processes, not at all. Having attended many of the IGFs himself personally or participating in the leadership panel, I think the Tech Envoy is fully aware of the diversity and richness of the conversation that's ongoing. Maybe what it was during the negotiation of the GDC is that OSET at the time could see that it wasn't only the IGF that wanted to carry forward the implementation of the GDC. So in the years that have passed, there have grown up different circles or different networks around the world that are doing things in the space of digital cooperation. And one of the questions that we have as the UN is how do we enlarge the community? There are stakeholders that are very familiar to the UN that participate in delivering digital cooperation. But then, as I think somebody mentioned the comment about the private sector, then there are many other actors that still haven't been plugged in or still aren't in lockstep with the UN on some of these agendas. So the challenge for ourselves and the ITU as co-chairs in GDC implementation is enlarging the spaces and bringing in new actors to the implementation. I think that the example of the national level implementation is a good one because the idea has been bouncing around and there are several institutions or offices that would like to play a role in that. And everywhere we go, Riyadh was a very good experience. We met new stakeholders, new civil society and academics that hadn't yet been plugged in. So perhaps the challenge from our perspective or the productive tension is to work with the tremendous networks that already exist, like the IGF family, and continue making space for new ones in this road to GDC implementation. Thank you, Carol. Over.
Thank you, Isabel. Juan, go ahead.
Yes, Carol, thank you. Just first to begin with a question. We are in the point in the agenda that I'm going to read. It's open floor discussion on collaborative approaches and positioning the IGF, including through partners in international internet governance initiative. Are we in that point of the agenda?
Yes, we are, and that's why we're asking.
Well, my first comment, I think that there's a mistake in that the way that is written, because we have to position the IGF not only in international internet governance initiatives, but as we have discussed in the working group of strategy, and Henriette just reminded us, I think the IGF has gone beyond that. We already are dealing with everything that has to do with the digital world. So maybe what we have to do is try to insert ourselves in the governance process of all the things related to digital. And in that sense, I will begin by stating a fact. I don't know in the global north, but in the global south, in general, the rule of thumb is that the IGF is still a little bit invisible. So I think that we should try to begin, as Chris and Henriette said just now, not in June, to try to position ourselves. And I have one suggestion. I think that we should write, and when I said we, the MAG and all the IGF community, our own concept paper to make concrete proposals on how the IGF should articulate with the rest of the initiative. Not at the level of principles, because that has been said many times that the IGF to be inserted. No, to concrete proposals like the ones that Wolfgang said, to put a liaison here, but not only, even go a little bit deeper. Liaison, at what level? Because it was suggested that that's through the leadership panel, that liaison is already there. No, I think that Wolfgang had his right. We have to do it in a more hands-on thing, to be in Odette, as Henriette also mentioned. So that's only an example. Also, how we could articulate and complement ourselves with the WSIS forum. As I said many times in the working group of strategy, I think that the WSIS forum and the IGF has been dangerously duplicating themselves. And I think that we should try to find the core differences between the two. My point of view is that the WSIS forum should focus in the action lines and how to review and also review the action lines. But well, that's a discussion to be carried out, and I will propose in the consultation, the open consultation of the 11th. But just an example, and also how, well, to keep it short, you know the idea, to write a concept document for us, or how the IGF should articulate with all the other. For instance, I'm going to say now an example because I know it by heart, because I've been participating. I've been participating in the open access working group on cybersecurity. That's in the second committee of UNGA, and there have been proposals there of many proposals, and the dynamic coalition on cybersecurity of the IGF that has done very interesting work and very profound work has been totally ignored there. So I think that we should be more proactive at this time in the year and make proposals, concrete proposals through a document. And I will suggest that documents will be translated to the 6 UN languages and to be distributed not only to these agencies, but also to member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. You know, we get bogged down in a lot of, excuse me, documents that outline issues, they outline objectives, but they seem to lack concrete actions. They seem to lack a concrete way of measuring. They seem to lack key performance indicators that we should be looking for. And I think we need to get down into these things. Add more meat to the document so people can say, hey, that's an action I can take. Let me do that. Let me report on that. Henriette.
Thanks so much for letting me speak again, Carol. Firstly, I endorse everything that Juan has said. And I think, Carol, you are right. But I don't think it's the absence of concrete ideas as much as it is the absence of agency. You know, most initiatives within the IGF, including MAG working groups, are voluntary. They don't have any formal decision-making power. So we do rely on those that have to help us implement and concretize our concrete ideas. But just quickly in response to Isabel, what I was trying to say is that I think that, and Juan has articulated it as well, Odette deals with more than the Global Digital Compact. The IGF and the WSIS implementation agencies have been dealing with more than internet governance for 2 decades. So what I'm saying here is that base your interaction with us on that assumption. By homing in just on NRIs is in a sense targeting the IGF base rather than the IGF and the WSIS institutions as a whole. There's a lot of intellectual capacity as well as on the ground presence. Let's not repeat these kind of extractionist models that are so often where people in the global south are used as so let's also draw on the IGF expertise, the best practice forums, dynamic coalitions, and policy networks. There's a lot of wealth there that can really support the work that ODIT is doing effectively. Thanks, Carol. Back to you.
Thanks, Henriette. Wolfgang. You're still muted, Wolfgang. There you go.
Yeah, okay. Thanks again. And I understand Isabel when she argues there are so many bodies dealing with digital cooperation and digital governance, and the IGF is just one among them. I think that's not true, because the Global Digital Compact has recognized the IGF, and I quote, the primary multi-stakeholder platform for discussing internet governance issue. It's not the secondary platform, it's the primary platform. And this could be recognized. So otherwise we end up with a splintered discussion space. So, and fragmentation of the discussion space is not really a good thing. So we should recognize that the IGF, connected to dozens and hundreds of smaller units like the dynamic coalitions, the NRIs, and many other places, is more or less in the center of all these coordinated and collaborative efforts. And the language which was agreed after long negotiations in the GDC, that it's the primarily multi-stakeholder platform for discussing internet governance issues, I think should be recognized and should avoid to waste resources by investing in alternative discussion spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Tatiana?
Hello, everybody. Tatiana Tropina, Internet Society. And first of all, I want to support what Wolfgang said about IGF being primarily platform, and it should be used with all this expertise for the GDC implementation. I want to highlight that various stakeholders, if any, can follow multiple processes. And I do understand the need to tap into various networks to get stakeholders engaged, but we do believe that they have to be engaged in these primary platforms. As to local level versus global level, I think that we can welcome the willingness and ability to tap into NRI and local expertise. But also, I want to highlight that we have to consider the global IGF as this feedback loop. The local stakeholders can take action based on the discussion in the global IGF. This is all interconnected. So tapping into the NRI national and regional IGF initiatives is a good idea, but we have to keep this connection with the global level. Otherwise, as Wolfgang and Henriette said, we are going to splinter these efforts. So supporting the statements that call for giving the global IGF more prominence and using it as a vehicle for the GDC implementation rather than tapping into multiple avenues, which nobody will have ability and resources to follow in full. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to react to a comment in the group. Please, this is not only MAG, this is open consultation, and persons can freely raise their hand to take the floor. Mary, go ahead.
Thank you, Carol, for giving me the floor. And I support all the comments that have been made here, but I'm afraid that when we are looking at the global IGF has does not make any decision, even at the local level. So it's just discussion, recommendations, and all that. But I think that at the local level, I think what Isabella is trying to share with us is that the implementation of the GDC would be what they will carry the discussions at the local level, where you have both the government at the national level, you have the all other stakeholders at the local level. So at that level, we can pull in our government to be able to feed into implementing the GDC. So, but the culmination of all the discussions or all the actions at the NRI level or at the national or regional level will come back to feed into or align with what the global IGF processes. Since it's not an institution as such, it's not a decision-making institution, or so it we bring our ideas back to the global IGF, and then coordination will be done at that level, and also ideas from the local will now go into the global. And I want to say this, that the UN has its agencies all over, and they are present in countries, most countries or regions. So if there's a way that these agencies can be asked or involved in making sure that they participate and listen to the NRIs at the national or regional level and take their ideas. And from there, they build, because the UN, they speak to governments. At the end of the day, it's government that will take decision. It's government that would renew the WISIS. I mean, the mandate of IGF. So we need everybody, the actors, to be in sync, so that decision to renew the mandate of IGF is done, and the implementation of GDC, because we my community, for instance, we have decided that what we are going to do for our IGFs, whether it's sub-regional level or national level, will be to take up the WISIS plus 20, the implementation of GDC, and we want to involve our government so that they will understand or get their buy-in into this process. And if we get those buy-in, I think we'll be able to marry the outcome of the WISI, outcome of the IGF with the messages from IGF with the WISI's outcome as well. So that's my own thinking, that we allow the local level or national IGFs to get involved, but bring out ideas and coordinate at the global level. Thank you.
Thank you. Agree with you, Mary. Fawad would be the last speaker, and then we'll have the persons that presented give their last thoughts, and then we'll take our break. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Carol. This is Fawad Bajwa from Digital Data, Pakistan. When there's a desire to do something, then there needs to be a plan, and that plan needs to be taken forward to those responsible for trying to understand what the future of the IGF would look like. So one thing is very clear, that there needs to be some form of, let's say, loosely connected or a concrete committee or alliance or something, like the way we did for when we wanted to sustain the funding for the IGF. So that is again a model to follow, where everyone came together and gave an institutional design for managing the fundraising for sustaining the IGF. Now within that context, like today, despite there being something written within the GDC that, the IGF is a primary forum, is that primary forum emphasized to all the governments around the world? So simply having a comment there or a declaration there does not mean that it's been accepted and recognized. There needs to be a campaign which supports this, which gets the message out, and somehow we can help develop this understanding that yes, the Internet Governance Forum still matters and it should stay, and it should be, one of those go-to places for everyone to discuss out multi-stakeholder driven internet governance and internet public policy issues. Having said that, I also support what all the previous speakers have said, but at the same time, I need to emphasize that the proposal must be put into place or designed that why the Internet Governance Forum should continue. And I haven't really seen, beyond the past comments that we've had over the past 20 years, I haven't seen something which makes me see why something else might not take over, something might not be lobbied to take over, or the mandate is not moved into, some other hand. So there needs to be this strong proposal developed today and presented at IGF Norway, and prior to that should be communicated to all the principles we've been talking about, to all the possible liaisons that we've been talking about. So we need to put that proposal in place first, and then we could really have some kind of movement on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to wrap up this session with 1 minute from each presenter. Isabel, I don't know if Denise is on the line. Isabel, then Denise.
Sorry, I ceded my minute. I just wanted to say thank you for inviting us. It's always very important for me to hear all of the comments. I haven't been in this role for so long. I've only been here for a year, and I've had the opportunity only to meet some of you, not all of you, and to learn about the history. In Spanish, they say, tell me where you're coming from and I'll tell you where you're going. And for me in particular, it's been very lovely and educational to join these conversations and listen to your remarks and do my best to answer your questions. And I have 5 emails that I'll write after this meeting to continue the conversation. So again, thank you for having us, and I look forward to the next opportunity to meet you. Over.
Thank you. We will make sure there are many opportunities as well. Is Dennis on? Does he want to do a wrap up? Angel or Angel, any wrap up from you? Okay, Jitan Jali, you'll have the last word.
Thank you, Carol. Just to wrap up, thank you so much for inviting us. And of course, we'll continue to explore the synergies and bring the outcomes to the IGF. I agree with Juan. The 2015 General Assembly resolution clearly stated what our respective mandates are. But we are all working together towards improving connectivity, ensuring that digital for development issues are addressed appropriately in a multi-stakeholder manner. So we are all working together towards a common goal and purpose. So we look forward to continuing working on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Great session, many ideas. I encourage persons to join the working group on strategy, where we can come up with some concrete proposals and action plans and all these great ideas that were given to us today. So we're now heading into a break, and we will see you back in, that's an hour and a half. And I think Celine will put a clock on, so persons, when you come back in, you can see how much time you have left. So thank you again, everybody. See you after the break. Hello, everybody, starting in about 1 minute.
Should we start or give people 2 minutes? I'm not too sure.
I think we could give them a minute or two.
Okay. Okay, I think 2 minutes are up. Just a reminder, it's being recorded and also being streamed to YouTube. There's going to be a summary report by the end of the week. And today is the Open Consultations Day, so non-MAG members have priority, but that doesn't mean that MAG members can't speak as well. And please wait until the chair acknowledges you when you put your hand up. And when you take the floor, please just give a short introduction about yourself. And that's it, I think. I'll hand it over to the chair to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Shangatai. Adam, you want to have a
If I may,
word before we...
if I may, Chair, thank you very much. And my apologies. I wanted to speak now before you move on to the next agenda topic, because it's something that I remembered from this morning. Adam Peake, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity, former MAG member a couple of times, and hello. So this morning, very interesting comments from UNDESA, CSTD, ITU, ODET, and Gitanjali mentioned UNESCO's Paris phase, the other important WSIS partner. I just wanted to reiterate and support something that Tatiana Tropina, Internet Society, said about how difficult it is for stakeholders to follow these multiple processes. And you know, a personal sort of thought is it is difficult for those processes to reach the large networks of stakeholders involved in each of those processes themselves. Isabel mentioned Odette's the new office was formerly the Tech Envoy, interest in national and regional IGFs, and as a global network within the global IGF framework. I think it's important to recall that the NRIs are part of the global IGF whole. And so my point really is, could the MAG consider what role the IGF could play in convening these stakeholders from all these processes, their respective stakeholders, where there's differences, their work plans, their outcomes, their leadership, to use the IGF intersessionally more as a convener of processes across the UN system. We are the multi-stakeholder and sort of inclusive space within the UN system. As I mentioned, we're global as well as local, as well as national, and cross-cutting across all actors and stakeholders in this UN process. So I think there is an important role for the IGF, and I wonder if the MAG could give some consideration to how this might happen. So yeah, that's really the point. And remembering that while we're thinking about the IGF 2025, and we're also thinking about the WSIS Plus 20 review, this is only really a starting point. We're looking towards 2030, the review of the SDGs. And as Isabel mentioned, we also have 2.5 years out, the review of the GDC. So there's a lot to do. And I think the IGF could be an important convener within the system, allowing all of us globally to participate. Thank you. And thanks for giving me time to cover something I should have said this morning. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. And I'm handing over the chair to Ole Martin. Ole Martin, ready?
I'm ready. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, then we're on the thematic input point, and welcome to you all. Welcome back here. We'll hand it over to Celine, the secretary, to present the result from the thematic input call.
Thank you very much, Ole and Carol. I hope you can all see my screen. Basically, this is a short presentation about the call for thematic input results that we already previously shared with you via email, and which are also published on the IGF website. Basically, to give you some background, we've had a call open via our website for a period of 2 weeks, and 355 stakeholders responded. We promoted it amongst IGF 2024 participants, but of course also as usual via our IGF mailing list, website, and social media channels. As per past practice, stakeholders were able to select 3 themes out of 11. And for each selected theme, they were also able to select up to 3 more specific issues. So it led to a total of 1,014 selected themes, and then 1,835 selected issues. All proposed issues are also available publicly here on the website if you want to have a closer look at them. In addition to this call for thematic input, selection of themes and issues, we also had a comment section that we'll discuss a little bit more in detail at the end of the presentation on IGF and its intersessional work, contribution to relevant global initiatives such as the WSIS Plus 20 review and the Global Digital Compact. So some data on who submitted. When it comes to the stakeholder group, something also very similar to last year, civil society tops the ranking, this time with far more involvement from government representatives, shortly followed by private sector, then the technical community, and finally intergovernmental organizations. When it comes to the regional groups, also very similar to last year, we have African group respondents, followed by Asia Pacific and VIA group. When it comes now to gender, it is actually the same statistics than last year. We only took into consideration those who submitted on their own behalf in personal capacity. We have 119 participants who are male, 64 who are female, and 1 non-binary. And also pretty similar to last year, we have a total of 184, so slightly more than half, who submitted in their personal capacity and 169 who submitted on behalf of their organization. So now let's dive into the selected themes and issues. Here's the list of all the 11 themes, and also very similar to last year, artificial intelligence is leading the ranks. What changed in the top 5, for example, is that emerging technologies and digital cooperation is far more prominent this time, with rights and freedoms and universal access and meaningful connectivity slightly dropping. When it comes now to the first selected theme, artificial intelligence, you can see here the ranking of the more specific issues. Just to let you know that AI governance has always been, and you will see it in the following slides, the top selection of artificial intelligence, let it be for the region or also for the stakeholder groups. Here, for example, AI data is far more prominent and AI risk slightly dropped in the ranking. This is the ranking for cybersecurity and trust. Child online safety and cyber attacks and cyber conflicts are the top 2. What changed this year is that cyber diplomacy gained a little bit more prominence. When it comes to data governance, you can see that data privacy and protection is still on top the leading issue selection in that category. But the difference with last year is that it has been selected twice as much. I mentioned already earlier that emerging technologies and innovation is a theme that is far more prominent this year, made it also to the top 5 selection. And here data sharing and research, 5G, quantum computing are also in the top 3 of emerging technologies and innovation issues. When it comes to digital cooperation, the top 3 remains the same, topped by broadening stakeholder engagement in internet governance, multi-stakeholderism and multidisciplinarity, and then top 3 being IGF, organization and role. You'll see later on that, for example, GRULAC and also VEOC, Western European and other groups, mostly selected the topic of digital cooperation, and amongst the stakeholder groups, it was merely technical community, governments, and also IGOs who selected a little bit more this digital cooperation theme. We're now going to universal access and meaningful connectivity. So last year it was topped by access and connectivity. This time digital inclusion has been far more selected. And also something that is a little bit more prominent this year is capacity development. The next most selected theme is rights and freedoms. And here you can see that civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, shortly followed by children's rights online and human rights, are leading the top 3 of the selections. Now, when it comes to environmental sustainability and climate change, well, very similar to last year, we have climate change and sustainable development that are on top of the ranking, also closely followed by climate digital technologies. One thing under climate change is that water and food security became a little bit more prominent. Good. Another theme is the economic issues and development. And here's something that really stood out, our business models online that were a little bit less present last year. And just for information, digital literacy and e-education remains strong in that ranking. Now to media and content. The top 2, as you can see, is content policy and regulation, but also misinformation. These were, compared to the other selections, the most prominent one under this category. And last but not least, we have the technical and operational topics theme. And there has been some change compared to last year in priorities. For example, internet protocols and network issues are now topping the ranking, while, for example, last year, domain name system was on the first place, followed by internet routing and internet protocols. Good. Now we'll have a closer look regarding the themes and issues by region. And later on in the slides, we'll also have themes and issues by stakeholder groups. Starting with the African group. So you can see here that for the African group, the highest selected theme was artificial intelligence, very comparable to last year, and cybersecurity. Overall, in that African group ranking, emerging technologies gained on importance. We're also presenting here some more specific issues, the top selected issues overall for the African group. And just as side information, this presentation will also be shared with national and regional IGF initiatives so that they can also perhaps refer to this data when preparing their own meetings. You can see here that for the African group, AI applications and solutions, together with AI governance and AI data, is pretty high on the list. When it comes to cybersecurity, we have cyber attacks and cyber conflicts, but also child online safety. Some others here in the ranking are climate change and data privacy and protection. For the Asia Pacific group, there's been some interesting development. You can see that artificial intelligence is pretty high up in the ranking, and it also developed far more compared to last year. Also here, for example, data governance and emerging technologies are now before cybersecurity, which was different last year. And let's have a look at the issues more in detail. AI governance and all the other AI issues, then followed by data privacy and protection. This is the data governance theme. And then broadening stakeholder engagement in internet governance. This is the part of the theme digital cooperation. And climate change, last but not least, is also quite a prominent issue that was selected in the Asia Pacific group. When we come now to Eastern European group, cybersecurity, this is actually the only region where cybersecurity comes before artificial intelligence. With also data governance, digital cooperation, and rights and freedoms at the same ranking. Here you can see that cyber attacks and cyber conflicts are leading the selection. They also selected far more issues on digital cooperation, such as broadening stakeholder engagement and multi-stakeholderism. Now coming to the Latin American and Caribbean group. You can see that, apologies, it was a mistake from my side regarding that information. Cybersecurity and trust is also here leading the ranking, but this time also far more rights and freedoms, theme selection, all these coming before artificial intelligence. And you can see that within the themes, AI governance has been mostly selected, followed by AI ethics. And here, as already previously announced, you can see that digital cooperation, but also universal access and inclusion has made it into the ranking with digital inclusion and access and connectivity pretty high up. Now we're coming to the last region, Western European and others group. Here, very similar to last year, the top three remains the same. AI is now leading the ranking, while last year it was still cybersecurity and rights and freedoms. And data governance slightly lost of importance to this group. Here you can see that instead of having AI governance leading, but very similar to the other selections, AI risk and ethics still remain a concern. And you have here far more digital cooperation selections of issues. Here, just an overview that you can refer to for the top three selections of each region. As announced, and I hope that I do not provide too much information at once, we have the themes and issues by stakeholder groups, starting with civil society. So artificial intelligence strongly increased compared to last year, and the top 3 in general remains the same, with data governance slightly decreasing in the overall ranking. Besides all the AI issues that you can see here, you have also issues related to cyber security, but also it's pretty diverse, climate change, digital inclusion, and broadening also stakeholder engagement in internet governance, and also last but not least, data privacy and protection. When it comes to governments, cyber security and data governance were really leading the ranking last year. And now you can see the governance now selected artificial intelligence as their main theme. And also here, emerging technologies considerably moved up the rank compared to 2024. Besides the AI issues, you also have data governance, digital cooperation, and also cybersecurity as issues selected by government representatives. When it comes now to intergovernmental organizations, compared to last year, they did not have artificial intelligence so high up in the ranking. And emerging technologies also became a little bit more prominent. What's still important to them is digital cooperation, but for some reasons, they selected universal access and meaningful collectivity a little bit less compared to last year. You can see here more in detail the list of issues selected by IGOs. Besides AI and cybersecurity, you also have climate change, broadening stakeholder engagement, and digital inclusion. Now coming to the private sector, AI further gained of importance, nearly twice as much as cybersecurity. Well, last year, these two were actually at the same level. And also a change that we see a little bit reflecting throughout is that emerging technologies also has far more prominence right now. The private sector mostly focused on AI issues, as you can see here, with AI governance, ethics, and risks being the top selections. Now, when it comes to the technical community, the top 3 and the order remains the same compared to last year, but technical and operational issues have been selected more often this year, which does also make sense just because we received more responses also from the technical community. And here you can see more in detail. Besides AI governance, you also have internet protocols. And something that I mentioned already before is that digital cooperation is an important issue for the technical community, with the IGF organization and its role, multi-stakeholderism and multidisciplinarity, and broadening stakeholder engagement in internet governance. Also, something that is important to the technical community are capacity development initiatives. Good, very comparable. Okay, here there was an issue with IGOs, but very comparable to the overview of regions. You have here the overview of the top 3 selections by stakeholders. And here, last but not least, a slide that just provides a ranking of the most selected issues as such. Also pretty useful when thinking about the IGF program. And I mentioned to you that we also had a comment section that allowed for additional input to themes and issues, but also the IGF's contribution to major global initiatives, specifically referring also to the Global Digital Compact and also to the overall implementation and review of the World Summit on the Information Society. They were also able to provide some input regarding the overall format and design of the IGF, something that is also possible in the taking stock that we mentioned. So we received a total of 422 comments. And let's go with the IGF's contribution to major initiatives. So in general, a lot of respondents mentioned the importance to align thematically. So aligning the program and sub-themes either with GDC and or WSIS Plus 20 priorities, and really leverage the IGF 2025 forum to discuss the GDC implementation, how the GDC can actually be integrated in the WSIS Plus 20 review. Otherwise, something that we also mentioned this morning during the stock taking is the high-level diversity and multi-stakeholder representation. So to further integrate diverse groups of stakeholders and marginalized groups in GDC and WSIS Plus 20 related discussions at the IGF. Also mentioning the IGF's intersessional work, and then we should leverage this work, collaborate with these global processes, develop policy recommendations within IGF's intersessional work that align with GDC priorities and WSIS action lines. We should also directly engage with the WSIS Plus 20 review process. So supporting national and regional IGFs and strengthening their ability to really contribute region-specific insights to these global initiatives, both the Global Digital Compact implementation, but also the WSIS Plus 20 review, and also provide relevant material to these NRIs. UN system-wide collaboration. The IGF, its MAG and LP, should further partner with WSIS co-facilitators, UN organizations, and relevant offices that are working on this digital transformation issues to ensure coherence. And last but not least, a monitoring and evaluation mechanism was also suggested. So to establish some kind of mechanism to track how IGF initiatives align with and contribute to GDC objectives and the WSIS outcomes, and really have dedicated sessions to report on this progress. I'm now coming to the last slide, and apologies if I'm over time. Here's some additional overall format and design of the IGF suggestions received by the community. It overlaps slightly with what we discussed also this morning, but we still wanted to bring in some new thoughts that were not part of the discussion of the stock taking. So audience interaction. The community really encourages session organizers to facilitate active participation of the audience, not only online, not only on site, but also online, such as, for example, using real-time voting, gamification, collaborative drafting of documents during the IGF sessions. Otherwise, increasing meaningful participation, something that is very important to the community, meaning of youth, marginalized, and vulnerable groups, by really actively bringing them in the IGF. So, for example, as session proposers or speakers or rapporteurs. It was also asked to simplify and redesign the program, something that we discussed also this morning, for example, by establishing well-defined and specific thematic tracks, redesigning the program to be more interactive and solution-oriented, and definitely limiting the number of parallel sessions and merge sessions that are overlapping thematically. When it comes to information sharing, we were asked to share logistics notes for participants publishing the program, but also what we discussed this morning, the overall timeline of the IGF well in advance so that participants can prepare accordingly, and also make use of the scheduling app to send out push notifications to participants. When it comes to stakeholder representation, also something that we highlighted this morning to considerably increase the private sector representation, further integrate parliamentary track sessions into the IGF program. Even though they have always been open, we will make more efforts to really include them in the program this year. Engage international media, both as journalists and digital stakeholders. And there was even a suggestion to create an academic stream to have more academia involved in the IGF. Something that was also mentioned several times is actually to develop multilingualism at the IGF and interpret more IGF sessions into UN official languages so that we can favor more inclusive and diverse participation, promote cultural and linguistic diversity also in the program. Last but not least, a focus on outputs. Widely promote IGF key messages and intersessional work output. And that at the IGF, we prepare executive summaries, for example, to reflect daily outcomes of meetings and showcase practical examples of multi-stakeholder digital policy making. So I'm going to leave it at that. Again, the proposed issues are publicly available on the website, and in case you would like to have some more insights, we welcome you to have a look at these submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Celine, for a very thorough oversight there. Then we're moving on to the themes for IGF 2025 and other strategic approaches to the program. And I will share first. I will say something about our suggestion to the themes and sub-themes, and then Tuan will have a shorter presentation about the draft skeleton of the IGF program. I have to multitask a little bit here because I have to share one of these. And there you go. Can you see this?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, these are the suggestions from the host country.
Sorry, Ole, maybe you could just zoom in and scroll up and down as you go.
Okay.
It's a bit small, yeah.
Zoom. Is that better?
Fabulous, thank you.
Okay. Okay, these are the suggestions for the overarching team building digital governance together. We have tried to take into account all the responses that Celine referred to here also, and also the comments. As I said when I started here, so we think that it's important that IGF try to be more understandable from the outside, be more have it more easier to communicate what we're doing, and that will make it easier to involve more high level of participation and more journalists and more stakeholders at all. So we've tried to reflect that in our themes, building digital governance together. We're aware that we were building last year in Riyadh also, but I don't think we're finished with building yet. Digital governance, of course, it's not only internet governance, it's digital governance with a foundation in the internet. So we want to signal that also, and together, of course, reflecting the multi-stakeholder model, but also as is important now, all the other processes that we have to do this together, not with the GDC, with the OEDAT, with the BICES process and everything. So the togetherness is also a statement that IGF is taking a stand on collaboration in the digital. And to the themes here, we have, let me see here. We have made short, easier sub-themes, and we have tried to, instead of, we have mapped them to all the 11 under themes that we have found. We have mapped them to the GDC, and we have mapped them to the BICES action lines, and we've mapped it to the SDG. Of course, these can be adjusted and adapted. The point being, having 5 sub-themes, that doesn't exclude any of these topics. So inside these, we can put everything, and everyone is much to every theme or every line there. So, and we also had the more actionable, but with building word in front, so you can also make it more visual. That's thinking about the program. That's also thinking about the communication outwards to the rest, and also easier to engage. It's easier, we think, to engage stakeholders, to talk about universal access, and than the longer themes that we have had earlier. So more precise, shorter, and easier to understand. That's our suggestion here. I think if we can move on to the presentation by from the rest, and then I will open the floor for comments after that. Joan, can you?
Yes, hello. Let me share my screen with you. Could I kindly get the permission to share my screen?
Tuan, you should be able to share your screen right now.
Yes, that is correct. Let's see. There you go. Hello, everyone. So what I'm sharing you is a skeleton of the program. And the reason why we're doing this is we have heard your feedback about having a slightly redesign of the program to make sure that we can favor a more focused agenda and having a more clear understanding of the different track, for example, and the themes. So we have worked on this skeleton, in which I'm going to present to you right now. And the idea is not, this is not set. This is just to give you a visual example of how the schedule can look like. And we're basing this on an Excel document. Of course, it will be integrated into a digital platform. But this, I hope, will give you a better understanding of how we're envisioning the different components. So first of all, like we have shared with you earlier, it will be 2 big conference halls, the plenary hall with 17,000 seats and the conference hall with 450 seats. We are also looking at solution because as we have experienced in Riyadh, that the plenary hall was really needed in its full capacity for the opening and the closing sessions, but for the rest of the sessions, it wasn't that full. And so we're looking at solutions to find ways to maybe limit the room a bit, so making it feeling more intimate and closer to the conversation happening on stage. And then we have the rest of the workshop rooms will be room 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that will be in a different hall, in different space in which you can easily walk around and join whichever workshop room we have. We're looking at having the open stage similar to the IGF 24 in Riyadh, in which you have an open stage in an area in which you also have the IGF village. So it's easier for people to participate in the happenings on the open stage. And additionally, we also have a press conference in which we're also looking at a similar solution at the IGF 24, in which the parliamentary track will happen in the press conference room. But again, emphasizing the fact that none of this is set in stone, none of this has been confirmed. We are looking at different options on how to integrate your feedback into the IGF 25. So let me start with day 0. For day 0, we are thinking of having 4 host country sessions, 1 high-level sessions, and then we have the one in light blue in which we're open for other type of sessions. It could be a parliamentary sessions, it could be a main session, and the rest of the workshop room, we're just gonna fill it with the program. Open stage, I think this is where we would perhaps suggest looking at having the lightning talks on the open stage, setting aside time for the lightning talks during the week so that we know that you can book your lightning talks into the sessions. And then, of course, the press conference room, mainly for perhaps the parliamentary track or any other track that might need session room. I also want to share that the reason why we're proposing this is we want to make sure that it's a good flow in the program so that we don't have a lot of people at the same time going out for lunch. So that's why you see like the lunch hours are ranging for 2.5 hours with different lunch time for the different sessions so that you have a good flow of people going out for lunch and not everyone at the same time. We are also introducing an after-work and networking between 4 and 6 on the program, in which we have a space for after-work and networking. You can sit there, you can get a drink, you can networking with people. And an option for this networking session is like for each of the day, you assign a stakeholder networking session or hour. So maybe for day 1, you have a networking session for the people from civil society. For the day 2, you have one for private sector, etc. But this is just a suggestion so far. Something that we hope to look at, and I invite the community to participate with me in creating it, is we think it would be really good to start day 0 with a recap of IGF through the years, as this is, after all, the 20th anniversary of the IGF. We think it would be really useful to have a day 0 opening to recap the achievement we reached so far, and also perhaps use this opportunity to explain more to people new to IGF what is internet governance, why is it important, why is it multi-stakeholder model important for the governance of the internet and digital futures. So I'm just putting this idea here on the map so that you see it. Moving on to day 1 is very similar. We are thinking of having sessions in the plenary hall with opening ceremony, including right before the opening sessions, and then 2 high-level sessions on the same day. Again, you can see an example of division of the different sessions at different room. Day 2, very similar to day 1, except for the opening ceremony and session. And when you go through this, you will see that we're trying to spread out the high-level sessions so that we can ensure high-level participation through the week. As you might know, we are in this project a collaboration between 4 Norwegian ministries, so we also want to attract the different ministers to the different day to talk about areas pertaining to their mandate, their field. And then for the last day, we were thinking of having high-level sessions for the WSIS Plus 20. So we start on the day 0 with the recap, and we're ending on the day 4 with a high-level session looking forward, looking into the future of IGF. Here we also hope to retain and have high-level participation from both our side, and hopefully we get to greet and invite the UN General Secretary to the session to talk more about digital cooperation and the future of how he envisioned it to be. And then finally, taking stock, closing ceremony. This is the program skeleton. You might have questions about the layout of the room. This is some example I'm showing you right now for the different format of the tables and the setting. Again, what type of format will be in the different room will then, of course, depend on the proposal and what we have gotten in. But I understand from previous conferences that there has been a 50-50 division between sessions on 60 minutes and sessions on 90 minutes. So I'm just going to give you some numbers for your consideration. So if we were to decide that sessions from day 1 to day 4 in workshop 1, in workshop room from 1 to 6, if we were to decide all the sessions in the workshop room 1 to 6 from day 1 to day 4 are to be on 60 minutes, then we will have a total of 90 sessions, including breaks between them. If we were to decide that all of them were to be lasting duration for 90 minutes, then we will have 60 sessions in total. And if we decide that there will be a division, so 50% of them will be sessions on 60 minutes, and 50% of them will be sessions for 90 minutes, then we will have in total 72 sessions. So these are my numbers. I hope the Mac can take forward and use in your planning and coordination when you evaluate the different sessions. Again, these are sessions from workshop room 1 to 6, so it does not include the open stage, in which we might have the lightning touch, the launch and award, networking sessions, stand-up media, and any other sessions for that can be used for that stage. These are normal sessions that we're looking at. That's it from my side. I hope to share this program schedule with the MAG and then work with you to fill it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tuan. And then we open the floor for first the overarching team and the sub-teams. Wolfgang.
Yeah, I have a question. The Riyadh IGF proposed to establish a new judiciary track for lawyers and judges. I didn't see that now in the plan. Are we planning to organize a judiciary track additionally to the parliamentarian track, which is already a success story? Thank you.
Tuan, can you answer that?
Yes. So when it comes to the judiciary track, we haven't come that far in the planning process, but what we are envisioning that different days will have different tracks. So maybe for day 0, we have in one of the workshop room a youth track, and then for day 3, we have in one of the workshop room just for the NRIs, and then maybe day 2, we have just one workshop room just for the business track. We are looking at including the other track in it, but these are just examples of how we have been thinking of making sure that the themes matches for the same day, and so it's a good flow in the program.
Thank you.
Eileen, you have raised your hand.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. Just to compliment to what Tuan said, thank you so much for coming in. We're definitely developing also the judiciary engagement. So last year, the IGF Secretariat, together with the host country, also set up and organized a judiciary engagement session. We did the same also with business engagement. So it will definitely also be part of the IGF 2025. Thank you, Wolfgang, for this question.
Adam?
Thank you, and thank you, Ole, and thank you, Tuan, for particularly, I mean, both presentations are exceptional, and thank you. I wanted to just comment on the paper that you showed, first of all, suggestions from the host country about overarching themes. As someone who's been on a MAG twice, I would suggest to the MAG, don't worry about wordsmithing too much. You have an exceptionally good outline there, and you could spend 3 hours negotiating a little bit of editorial. I like the building. I like the introduction. I think it would be helpful to all of us as we consider putting in workshop proposals and other proposals to have those 2 opening paragraphs perhaps expanded to explain what the MAG and the hosts are expecting of us this year. This is the IGF we want you to provide by submitting proposals on this theme. Guidance of that kind, I think, could be very helpful, and you have that there. My only concern, and having said don't editorialize too much and don't wordsmith, is that I feel that the sort of elephant in the room of the year, governance generally is not particularly there as a sub-theme. Of course, it's there in the title. So building, and I don't want to wordsmith, good governance, I think should be one of the 5. My suggestion is think about moving digital trust, but I will leave that to the MAG. But all I can say is, MAG, you have an exceptional piece of work before you. Tuan's explained how it may work. I would spend your time talking about Tuan's presentation rather than wondering too much about wordsmithing and editorializing. Get on with the substance, because our hosts have given us something exceptional. So thanks very much.
Thank you. That was very kind of you. Ephraim?
Thank you so much, Ephraim here. I just wanted to, it's good you've mentioned that, Adam. I echo that. It's cross-cutting. Governance is cross-cutting enough. And then lastly, I think that's what I wanted to say initially, but then lastly also to echo Wolfgang, that it's good about the judiciary track. Something very interesting and something which many of the young lawyers and the Pan-African Lawyers Union, among others, have been very interested upon, and we welcome that progress from the host country. I think that's it from my end. Thank you so much, Ephraim Pasikenyanito, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ephraim. Then I have Jimson.
Okay, greetings again. This is Jameson. Just to say +1 to all that has been said. While I do not really want to bother us much about what's meeting, the way we convey the word is so much very, very important. Especially since our target is this sustainable development goal. So my suggestion is just that we should flow with it, with developing. So maybe in our consideration, instead of building, let's see how we can tweak it with developing to flow with sustainable development goal. And GDC is about sustainable development goal realization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you very much. This is Jennifer Chung, MAG member for this year, trying to keep it short. Thank you so much for an excellent proposal from Norway. I think I echo what a lot of people have said in chat, and also my, by voice as well. Just some suggestions I was wondering as well, not so much wordsmithing, because we really do support very much the framing of building or developing, as what Jimson just said, but perhaps we can streamline the 5 sub-themes into what I would term as 3+1. I see there's some overarching and cross-cutting themes in digital trust and responsible innovation. I'll take a look at, I don't see it below because it's like, okay, thank you. Universal access. But as Adam pointed out, there isn't so much a focus on the governance part of things, and perhaps a suggestion to have the first 3 sub-themes, and then a +1 theme being digital corporation, where we talk about digital corporation, GDC implementation, and perhaps WSIS +20 inputs. So I think very much the last theme there, sustainable progress, can possibly be folded into responsible innovation, because we're talking about emerging technologies and innovation, and that kind of goes hand in hand with things like sustainability and progress. Just some thoughts there, but all in all, an excellent host proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Timia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Timia Schutter here from the International Chamber of Commerce, MAG member representing the business community for this year. I wanted to start by really commending Norway on putting together this excellent proposal, but also on how prepared you are with thinking of the agenda, the rooms, and the whole organization. This is really what we need this year, and we're really, really glad that you're giving us a great example to which we only hope to measure up. So thank you for all the work that has already went into all the planning. I had similar thoughts a little bit to what Adam was saying and what Jennifer just shared earlier. And also, I think, was it Jonathan that put something in the chat about the themes? So I like this idea of streamlining. I feel like 5 themes, also looking at what are the available places that we have, might be a bit too much. I also am looking at the issues that are slotted under each of the themes, and I see many of them repeating one another. So I wonder if we can streamline into 3 or 4 themes here. I think it was Jonathan in the chat who moved, had the suggestion of moving sustainable progress together with responsible innovation. I think that makes a lot of sense, as Jennifer just said. I'm also looking at digital rights being mentioned, or rights and freedoms being mentioned in most of the themes. I would also argue that we cannot discuss responsible innovation without talking about rights and freedoms. So to me, that theme is rather cross-cutting than a standalone. So I would fold that also into the other 3 rather than having it stand out. And sort of relegate that very important conversation to one corner and sort of missing out from the synergies with those conversations and the rest of the topics. So for me, the three that would remain would be the first three as well, with the other two being folded in. And I think Adam made a really good point about needing a visible signal that the IGF wants to discuss the governance conversations that are so high on the agenda this year. So we would probably need to do that in a more visible way. I know the conversations will come out or would come out organically anyway, but I think it carries a lot of weight if we signal visibly that the IGF is also having discussions about digital governance and has a lot to contribute to that. So that's what I wanted to share. But all in all, I think it's great progress and excellent suggestions here from the host country. And just a +1 to simple words and to the team of building or developing. I think it really comprises what the IGF is about and what the past 20 years of the IGF have been about and what we're looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. Desiree?
Hi, yes, I'll just add to +1 to what's been said. I do congratulate you on trying to put this matrix together. It's really nice that there's a connection between the WSIS action lines and the GDC in each of the topics and, of course, SDGs. So I already feel that people will feel the connection about all these different platforms and processes. I'm always for trying to be even more enthusiastic. So and see how we can maybe look beyond 2030 in building good digital governance. So I wonder whether we could somehow build in this forward-looking piece of conversation that could be part of the internet, something that's been said by Jennifer, especially looking at the WSIS action line C11 and C1, where the IGF, or rather the UN DESA, has a particular role in working on regional and intergovernmental improvements and coordination. And the role in C1 that the IGFs and NRIs have in terms of publicizing public policy issues and digital governance issues on a global level. So yes, to trying to perhaps limit it to 4, but let's have something beyond and forward-looking in terms of future. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I have Ephraim, Jonathan, and Jochen. I'm not sure if there are any old hands there. Are old hands new?
Yes, this is Jochen. My hand is new.
Yeah.
I already mentioned that in the chat. It's a great proposal. From my point of view, in particular, as you clearly refer to the GDCs and also the WSIS process. But I think it's very important for the IGF to focus on the attendees, on the on-site attendees and online attendees. And because of that, as it was also mentioned by other speakers here in the discussion, to reduce the sub-themes to 3 sub-themes. I also think, and we have to take into account the feedback received by all the different stakeholder groups, the regions, and so forth. I think, in particular, as I'm working in cybersecurity, that the first track should not be just about trust. It should be perhaps cyber resilience and trust. So to have that point in, and I think that perhaps we could have the first 2 thematic tracks, and then have a third one on multi-stakeholder cooperation. That is a suggestion from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jonathan, is that in?
Sure. Thank you. Congratulations to the team for a good program. I just have 2 suggestions. The first one is on the title. I suggest that we add after governance, we add, okay, there's together, but I thought we could add cooperation so that it's clear from the onset that one of the channels refers is about cooperation. Then my other suggestion was on the suggestion that we need to have a track for lawyers and judges. I think the idea is about inclusivity. So it's clear that parliamentarians serve a purpose, they're elected, but to have some elite groups trying to present themselves, that might be seen as encouraging the opposite. So otherwise, we would rather have transdisciplinary panels where all professionals and groups are kind of represented to have the aspect of inclusivity. I think that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. And Samuel?
Yes, thank you. I'll just be short. Again, I think the proposal has been very good. And while echoing previous speakers, I would like to suggest maybe regarding number 5, can we scroll to number 5? Number 5 regarding sustainable progress is just, I'm quite disappointed that GDC objective number 5 regarding GDC number 5 regarding governance, enhancing international governance of artificial intelligence for the benefit of humanity. So I think GDC 5 should be mentioned, frequently, more frequently, I think, in this document, because again, another issue that has yet to be included regarding this, actually, regarding sustainable progress, is about financing. So I think the issue of financing is very important to achieve sustainable progress, to promote universal access, and to ensure better governance, democracy in AI and in cyberspace, So I think, again, we cannot forget the issue of financing, as well as promoting accountability of stakeholders and governments. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Aubrey?
Thank you. Aubrey Doria speaking. Although I think it's actually quite good how you came in so prepared with the thing. One of the things that, in addition to governance, that's been mentioned that I don't quite see, that gets mentioned in just about every document, whether it's GDC or whatever, is the whole notion of increasing not only the governance, but the capacity of various populations to participate and understand it. The whole, whether we call it capacity building or education or whatever word we want, that measure seems to, it's always there in what we have to do, but it isn't when we start discussing, we focus purely on the topics that are the important issues of the day, but not how to increase the capability to actually participate in that governance. So I don't know how you fit that in, but I think it's an important cross-cutting thread that needs to be looked at. Thanks.
Thank you. Good point. Amrita?
Thank you so much. And my camera is not working today. So someone mentioned in the chat we need to put up our cameras. Apologies in advance. I do agree with what Adam, Jennifer, and Timia mentioned. There was a comment of, perhaps not looking at universal access, but if you look at the developing countries and, 35% of the world still not connected. I think how we can build a universal access, which is meaningful, is important. And I think digital rights also to some extent is important considering the way the world is going. We're seeing a lot of the big tech takeover, I would say, in many ways. We all enjoy it, but what would happen to rights? So I think if we can tie in the digital rights in the various other sub-themes which we are thinking of, that would be a good thing. And as Henriette mentioned in the chat, cooperation is something which is cross-cutting throughout. So I would, my submission again is I think we need to keep universal access in some form or the other.
Thank you. Then it's Chris.
Thanks, Ola Martin. So I wanted to react, or I was sort of inspired by Avri's comment. about part of the discussion around digital cooperation, digital governance, being building the capacity to engage in that. And I think that's very important. The other point that I was going to say separately, well, linked to that, I think we're also talking about funding all the time. And I think funding for these kind of events, for the capacity building, for the events themselves, for the processes, has been a sticky and problematic issue from the outset 20 years ago. I think what's going on currently in sort of development space is only bringing this more to the fore. And I think it would be a really good opportunity to have some community discussions about, what models might work. How can we make sure that there is this funding base for the digital governance work that needs to be done? What that leads me to say, is just that I think when we have a theme of digital cooperation, it is actually deeper than just talking about GDC implementation or talking about what we want to take into the WSIS Plus 20. I think there are actually some layers there which would be really good and timely to try and tease out with this IGF. So I'm just wondering where that fits into this format. So something to think about.
Thank you. Henriette?
Thank you very much. And apologies, I didn't introduce myself earlier. Henriette Esterhuizen, past MAG member and past MAG chair. Just to commend Norway for this proposal. It's really excellent. I think, maybe we could tweak it a little bit, or the MAG will tweak it a little bit. I just want to emphasize the point I made about cooperation. The IGF has had either digital cooperation or the Global Digital Compact addressed as a main theme since 2022, and yet we are still having the same conversations. I participated in at least 5 workshops in Riyadh that looked at the IGF, WSIS, and the Global Digital Compact, and yet we still haven't made any progress. So I actually really think this is very creative to look at cooperation as a crosscut. In response to Chris, yes, I think there are specific collaborations that can be talked about, but maybe we need to look at using the networking sessions to address that, or some other format. But I don't think we need to repeat what we did in Riyadh, which is to have so many workshops that all said very similar things about the relationship between the IGF and the GDC. I think we need to look at cooperation as at a much more practical and tangible level, but maybe find some other space for MAG working groups or open forums with institutions that are involved in governance to help us make concrete progress on the cooperation. But I like how it's dealt with transversely here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Does that mean that we can move on to the next point in the agenda? Discussing the structure, including sessions of the program components, high-level leaders track, parliamentary track, youth engagement, intersectional. We can move on to that and say that we finished the thematic track sub-themes. Or we have Wout also. Do you want a last comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Ole Martin. I've been listening to everything, and what I want to bring back in as a reminder is that this may be the last IGF. We don't think so, but it may be, and we want to share messages. And I heard the suggestion to go back to 3 themes, and then it goes back to sub-themes in number 5 even, and we probably end up with 10 themes if we continue another half hour. What Henriette said, I think, is a very, very valid point. Things have been discussed up and down the road and backwards and etc. We have 5 months to prepare. Isn't that not the time to come with a message on what the IGF is and what it wants to do in the future, instead of having everybody ride his own hobby horse again in a workshop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and oh, the time is over, we go home. And we have perhaps a general message that has to be thought up at the event. So I would suggest, I can't say anything, but I would suggest to start working on these messages and present them as the tangible outcome. And then have perhaps one session on it where people can give final feedback, but then it's final feedback and not the points that we've discussed all over. So I would say, let's organize ourselves and make sure that we're able to share that message in Lillestrøm in 5 months' time. So thank you, Ole Martin.
Thank you. Let me just, before we move on here, I just sum up. I won't try to sum up it all, but I get the general idea that the structure of our suggestions are not disputed that much, but more the number of themes and the wording on it. And I'm not sure, but with the MAG, we'll discuss this tomorrow, I believe, and then we can find a final outcome of it. But I'm very glad to hear that our suggestion is not slaughtered. Okay, and then we should discuss the other program components. And I'll just open the floor. I don't know if the secretary wants to share a list of sessions types or something, but we'll open the floor.
Thank you very much, Oli. I'm going to send a list in the chat of all the various sessions that we have, the session types, and perhaps also we can open the floor for the discussion on the program that was introduced also by Tuan.
We're see this questions in the chat here. We're open a discussion on IGF program structure, and we have discussed the thematic tracks and the sub-themes now. We're on the session types and other program components, the high-level leader track, parliamentary track, youth engagement, the session work. Celine has shared the different forum sessions we have there in the chat. And it's open for comments, ideas, and also you can also discuss other program components, which high-level leaders or anything. Thank you. And Celine.
I mean, one of the questions is that given you've seen the program structure, you've seen the draft schedule, should we really keep, something like launches and awards or the networking sessions within the program? Or is everything okay as it is, and we should keep all these events? Because we've been adding things as the years go by, right? So it's always good to look at them and to see whether or not we should keep them, change them, etc. Yeah.
Chris. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Thank you.
Celine after. Sorry.
If Celine wants to go first, that's fine.
Thank you. Apologies for that. No, what I wanted to add regarding what Chengetai said. So I shared here in the chat a list of last year's IGF session types. which also provides a little bit more information. So in general, we had workshops, open forums. Open forums are the session types that are dedicated to international treaty-based organizations and also governments. Then we have launches and awards. The title speaks for itself. Lightning talks, which are short on-site sessions only, networking sessions, and day zero sessions. Then we also have intersessional work sessions, which are dynamic coalition sessions, and also national and regional IGF initiative sessions. And in case you have not received the link yet in the chat, I'll share it again. Thank you so much.
So thanks, Celine. And my question was really just, the Secretariat probably has a better sense of this, but looking at how it's evolved and how the sessions were distributed last year, are there any types of sessions that jump out as naturally ripe for discontinuing? I know Chengetay mentioned the launches and awards. Was that because there were not that many of them, or is it because yeah, I can certainly see it might be useful to try and given that we'll have less real estate in the agenda, it might be useful to condense down to a smaller range of event types. But curious to sort of just get some data upon which we can make that decision.
I really didn't want to talk that much. I wanted the community to talk at the back to make up decisions. I mean, of course, I've got my own opinions, but for instance, we do have, okay, let me just pick one randomly. Networking sessions. Should they be part of the schedule as such, or can networking sessions happen at the hotel next door, where people have drinks and they talk to each other? Or should it be in a workshop room, which of course, if they are in that workshop room, then you can't have a workshop in there. But that's it. I'll keep my comments minimal. Thanks.
Okay. So, Olga.
Hello, good morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina. My name is Olga Cavalli. I was a MAG member for 7 years, and now thank you for having me. It was an evolution that we realized in the MAG over the years that was necessary, because at the beginning it was only workshops, and it was difficult to differentiate, for example, award or something. It was different, but it was. I can write in the chat.
No, maybe
I have no electricity.
Camera, and then maybe the bandwidth will increase.
Okay. The problem is that there is a big storm and I have no electricity, so I'm on my mobile only. So just wanted to tell you, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for that, but I have no electricity at home. So this different types of session was an evolution that we realized in the MAG after the years, because at the beginning it was only workshops, and it was difficult, for example, if someone wanted to present a book or do a shorter session about something, it was usually not accepted as a workshop. So this is why we had these different types of sessions. Maybe we can review, but I would suggest that we keep this different spaces of different, also of different timing, 1 hour, half an hour, 1 hour and a half. So that's my comment. Thank you. And apologies for the difficulties in my connection.
Thank you. Adam.
Thank you. Adam Peake speaking. Henriette mentioned that she was involved with, I think, 5 sessions on the same subject last year, so it comes back to what is quite perennial. Could the MAG think of ways of merging sessions? It tends to be very difficult. What often you end up with is 2 workshops in the same space. Perhaps looking at if a merge is suggested, and clearly there are opportunities for merging, then a MAG member or others guide the proposers through the process of merging, sort of a mentoring process to help them combine better. But certainly 5-into-1 would be good, or 5-into-2. And perhaps there'd be an opportunity to say, if you merge, you'll get a bit of extra time or something like that. The other, and this goes back to my comment about what the venue looks like, launches, lightning talks, and perhaps not the main NRI session, but some of the NRI contributions could be moved to a central stage if there is such thing as a central stage. The sort of open area, so that seems like a natural space for such talks to take place. But it doesn't work if they're stuck down a side alley in the venue. It really should be made to be quite central, so that we have a forum-like convening around these events and the booths. So depending on the venue, but I think look at merging and look at techniques for merging to make them effective. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tuktan?
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you, first of all, for the Norwegian proposal. It was very nice, and all the presentations so far. Now that I'm happy to hear that we are going to have something like academic stream from academia, then my question is there any plan to have like call for talks and having something like short presentations from academia in different topics that you have listed? So this is my question, then maybe Tuan or any one of you guys would like to answer. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Tuan, you have to help me here. We can get back to that.
Yep.
I
There you
think
are.
maybe this question belongs to the IGF MAG and the IGF Secretariat, because I think what Tuknam is talking about is an academic track, and we are just mainly dealing with the skeleton of the event. We don't do that much when it comes to the program track itself. Maybe Celine could contribute.
Thank you very much, Tuan. Indeed, it was one of the suggestions I received from the IGF community to, for example, include more academia in the IGF, and that's why also a kind of academic track. But what we've been doing in the past years, we really encouraged academia to also submit, for example, lightning talks, because we saw that it proved to be very beneficial to them to present, for example, their latest studies, etc., etc. So we've seen that actually many academics are submitting lightning talks and are really contributing, let's say, to the IGF in that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aubrey?
Thank you. Avery speaking again. I neglected to introduce myself. I was also sometime in the distant past on the MAG, and at the very start was a member of the Secretariat. I liked the discussion of merge. I made sort of a wisecrack in the chat about that only works if there's egoless workshop submission. But all the times that merge has been mandated and tried, it's run into difficulty. And I'm wondering if, and really that is the drive, can MAG think about a way to sort of pre-merge? In other words, you know your streams, you know your topics, before submission, and I know submission is really soon, so it's hard, but before submission, have a check-in, a way for people that are submitting similar to be brought together to look at doing a merge in their submission, as opposed to because it happens later. It's not only difficult from an ego perspective, but it's also very difficult sometimes from a the discussion direction that people plan to take, the idea of where they wanted a session to go, their design of a session, etc. And once you've formed all that, it takes a strong lack of ego to get beyond it and to create a smooth merge. So I'm just wondering if there's some way to pre-assist merging if you're going to require merging. Thanks.
Thank you. Wout?
Yes, thank you, Ole. Forgot to introduce myself as well, as usual. So I'm Wouter Natris, based in the Netherlands and a coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standard Security and Safety. That's my hat today to listen in. I've been saying this for years, but when I'm at the IGF, I see that there are 10, 12, even 20 sessions on AI, and some people run from one room to the other to make the next session and give more or less the same message. What is it that these people want to achieve at the IGF? Is that solely to share their personal view, or is it to come to some sort of a solution or an advice or a policy recommendation? What is it that they want to achieve? And if that question is in the proposal, the workshop proposal, it will probably make it a lot easier to merge. Because if they find out, hey, I'm talking about this topic and the other is talking about that angle of AI, but we want the same thing, then there's a lot of more incentive to actually merge. And that is, I think, a road that has never been tried before. And that also gives the option to come with a more tangible message out of the IGF than just a workshop message, because it could be a more generic message perhaps. But that is something the MAG has to decide on, but it's adding one question. What is it that you want to achieve with your session? Thank you.
Thank you. And that's, we don't have any hands here. Chris, of course, come on.
Sorry, I just to trying to understand Wout's suggestion there a little more, because we do already have in the proposal form a question on expected outcomes, a question on what will participants gain from attending your session. Are you, Wouty, thinking more in individual terms, like what is an individual looking for, or more in terms of what the session plans to achieve? Because I think we're relatively specific there about that in the form, but to what extent people answer that in a useful and consistent way is a bit open to question.
But perhaps it should be a more demanding question, so that people understand that it's something they will be addressed on, and not something, oh, that is nice to know. They may use that question to give a far better answer if they knew they will be held accountable to that question. And that is driving, I know, but also focusing. So it's not something that is nice to have, but it's necessary to have.
Yeah, I'm not sure to what extent we can hold people accountable is what I would add. But yeah, I'm sorry, this is
well, this may be too hard a word, but I hope
yeah.
you know what I mean, that you can address them on this topic and say, look, this is what you answered. The other has more or less the same answer. You're going to sit at the table together, virtual table, and decide on how you're going to come up with a good proposal together.
I certainly understand the aspiration. I think it does make sense, but yeah, thanks.
Okay, well, the MAG might use the question to answer more when it's in the discussion. I don't know. Henriette?
Thanks a lot, Chair. I do have a suggestion. I think as others have put in the chat, merging happens. It usually works. It doesn't always work. But I want to suggest something slightly different. And that's more about how session ideas are initiated. At the moment, the process is primarily the MAG puts out the call for presentations. Then people submit proposals using one of the available formats. So that's the one form. And then there are the sessions that are organized by the MAG itself, the main sessions. There's the host country high-level sessions done by the host country in collaboration of the Secretariat primarily. And then the intersessional modality sessions. I'm wondering if perhaps what can be done this year is for the MAG, looking at the thematic structure that we've discussed, to invite others to organize a session, to deal with the overlap, for example. And I'll just use one example, but it really is just a theoretical example. So to, for example, invite the Office on Digital and Emerging Technologies to collaborate with the Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence of the IGF and the UNESCO and ITU work tracks on artificial intelligence to collaborate on a session on the ethics of AI, for example. This ethics of AI was an issue that was identified by the community. It's being dealt with by different institutions. So perhaps this is a possible mechanism for the MAG to be a little bit more proactive, to look at so instead of having an open forum by each of those different institutions separately, for the MAG to actually approach them and ask them, would you be willing to collaborate to organize a session on this particular topic? It can be completely optional. Of course, they don't have to do it, but it's a way of putting cooperation into practice at the level of session design.
Thank you. Good idea. Well, Bridget.
Hello, everyone. I would like to make a proposal as well, particularly to the agenda of the opening session. I know this discussion is not primarily focused on that, but I would like to recommend that the voices of civil society be included in the opening panel of the IGF, also including voices from Global South as well for purposes of representation, particularly in the opening session, just to frame the agenda as a human rights agenda as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Tengitai, I don't know, or Celine.
I think that's it. If we don't have any other hands up, Carol is gone. Is she still around?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Struggling, but I'm here.
Then I suggest we just double check with ourselves whether or not we have completed the expected outputs, which we listed on the agenda day one. So I can read them out if you want, or
yes, because that's exactly what I was going to ask.
okay.
If we've met the objectives of today, you can go ahead and read them out, and also the objectives for tomorrow, so people are prepared.
Okay, so I will just put it in the chat so everybody could read with
The expected outputs are in the chat time.
Oh, they're in the chat. Okay, yes. So gather input from IGF stakeholders On the IGF 2020, okay, it's moving. Strategic objectives, including potential improvements to the IGF 2025. I think we've done that. Procedures and program, we've just finished with the program. We had a discussion on the whole WSIS plus 20, that includes the GDC and the 20-year review. I think we've done that. Identify potential IGF 2025 overarching themes and sub-themes. I think we have done that, and I think that we have plenty for the MAG to start working on tomorrow. I'll just make a pause to see if anybody disagrees. I'll give Lynn's famous 6 count. Yep, there doesn't seem to be any disagreement on that. And then, so for tomorrow, which will start again at 9 a.m. Central European time. And let me just...
It's also in the
yes,
chat.
it's there. Okay, thanks. Present IGF. Okay, it keeps on moving. Yes, present IGF 2025 MAG Working Group Work Plan, select intersessional work streams, policy networks and best practice forums, agree on the working modalities and recommend cooperation with DCs and the national, regional and youth initiatives on the broader community, decide on the IGF 2025 overarching themes and titles and sub-themes. This is taking into account what has been discussed today with the wider community, and also endorse the design of the overall program and structure and flow, including the types and number of sessions, which is of course taking into reflecting on what we've just discussed as well. So that's for tomorrow. And just a reminder, tomorrow it's a MAG meeting. So MAG members have precedence when they want to speak, but non-MAG members can also speak if the chair and or co-chair recognizes them. So back to you, Carol, to end.
Yes, thank you. I just want to give a reminder that there are links for the input documents for tomorrow. So make sure you, the MAG members, have a good browse of those. So we're prepared and can move along smoothly. And that's it. I think well done. I think we made great progress today. And we have much to work with for tomorrow. So I'd like to thank everybody who took the time to join the open consultation today and gave you valuable input. Thank you very much. And with that, I don't know, Ole Martin, you have any closing remarks?
No, just thanks to everyone that's contributed, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Very much.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.